Let's see who we've got on our list here. All right. Good morning, everyone. It's August 19th, 2025, and this is the hearing on the pending petition for long-term transfer filed by Yuba County Water Agency for permit 15026, application 5632. I'm Sam Bivens, the hearing officer from the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office assigned to this matter, and today is the first day of the rebuttal phase of this hearing. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. If at any time you're experiencing technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to the AHO email inbox at adminhrgoffice@waterboards.ca.gov. We'll be monitoring that email inbox today. And with me today are several other members of the AHO hearing team, Skylar Anderson, Rebecca Stolfus, Kyle Wooldridge, and Nicole Mullen. As usual, Ms. Mullen will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides. So if you're a witness, you can simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony. And attorneys, you can ask Ms. Mullen directly to bring up exhibits for cross-examination. And we will take our usual breaks, mid-morning break, lunch, and so forth until we adjourn for the day at 5 p.m. Let's move on to appearances, and let me readjust my window, which is moved. All right, I see who I believe is the court reporter, Tekla Clay Pratt. And actually, if my team could just go ahead and let everyone in, please, starting with the court reporter. This usually takes a few minutes. And good morning, Ms. Clay Pratt. Are we all, you're ready to proceed this morning? Do you need to make any announcements?
My CSR number, Tekla Clay, CSR 13125.
Very good. Thank you. As we get the last 4 attorneys into the waiting room, we'll try to do appearances fairly quickly, and then we'll move on to our agenda for the day. So I think we've got just about everybody in or coming in momentarily. So while we're waiting for Mr. Becerra to be admitted, I will, announce the name of the party. If the lead attorney for that party could introduce themselves and any members of their team who they anticipate having a speaking role today, we should get through this fairly quickly. So Yuba County Water Agency, please.
Good morning, Ryan Becerra for Yuba County Water Agency. My partner, Kristen Peer, is appearing for the agency as well today. We have Morgan Biggerstaff as well, and our witness, Steve Grinnell.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Becerra, Ms. Peer, and Mr. Biggerstaff. Department of Water Resources.
Good morning, Eric Soderlund on behalf of the California Department of Water Resources.
Good morning, Mr. Soderlund. State Water Contractors.
Good morning, Jenna Mandel Rice on behalf of the State Water Contractors.
Good morning, Ms. Mandel Rice. San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority.
Good morning, Rebecca Harms on behalf of the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority.
And good morning, Ms. Harms. Central Delta Water Agency et al.
Good morning, Dean Reese on behalf of Central Delta Water Agency, South Delta Water Agency, and Rudy Moosey Investment LP.
And good morning, Mr. Reese.
Hearing officer, I will have a witness later on who has appeared before, so we'll need to get him, and he'll be remote. He won't be with me, so I'll need to get him admitted as a panelist.
Yes, we will work on that. I believe for my team, that's Mr. Burke.
Yes,
So we'll make sure he has the invite to the webinar, and then we'll get him admitted. And then Mr. Reese, as long as we're on this topic, I assume you're presenting Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson as a panel.
correct.
Okay, very good.
And I'm sure you're going to cover it, but it's my understanding that based on the status report, that probably wouldn't be until late morning at the earliest.
Yes, I think that's right. Where did my would that be late morning? Yeah, I mean it depends. It depends how quickly we move through Mr. Grinnell. I mean, Mr. Whittlesey's testimony has been excluded. Okay, let's deal with this. We'll get through appearances and then we'll figure
Okay,
out
sorry about
what
that.
our schedule is.
Yeah.
No worries, not your fault. I'm easily distracted. Nevada Irrigation District.
Morning, Andrew McClure for Nevada Irrigation District.
Good morning, Mr. McClure. Friends of the River.
Good morning, Keiko Mertz on behalf of Friends of the River.
Morning, Ms. Mertz. California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance.
Morning, Chris Schutz on behalf of California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance.
Morning, Mr. Schutz. And South Yuba River Citizens League. All right. Does anyone else need to make an appearance today? And Mr. Grinnell, you're excluded. You're a witness. We'll get to you at the appointed hour. All right, very good. Let's talk about the schedule. I did review the joint status report. I've seen all those time allocations look good. I don't think we have nearly as much time pressure for the rebuttal phase as we did or as I thought we might have for the case in chief phase. Assuming this all goes according to plan, I think we've allocated a little over 9 hours of hearing time. We don't have opening statements. We will continue to avoid speaking objections. So I'm not going to track the allocation of time quite as closely as I did for the case in chief phase of the hearing, but I thought those cross-examination times looked reasonable, and obviously 20 minutes per witness is reasonable for direct summaries. So I think we're in good shape to proceed. I believe for Mr. Grinnell, we have 20 minutes of direct and approximately 285 minutes of, no, I'm sorry, 315 minutes of cross-examination. So we're looking at a little over 5 hours. I think devoted to Mr. Grinnell's testimony, if I did that math in my head right. So we may get to, I guess it's possible we get to Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson late in the day. Mr. Ruiz, if we do get to Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson at the end of the day, are they available, or do we want to carry that over to tomorrow morning? I mean, I think we have sufficient time.
Yes.
But
no, they are available and would prefer to get on today if possible. I would just add in terms of the allocations for cross that mine, in looking at the rebuttal testimony further, mine's going to be even further reduced. My cross is probably going to be 10 minutes. So I don't know if there's others that have updated their estimates, but that might be a factor.
great. Yeah, I assume everyone is, fairly conservative about estimating cross and then finds ways to be efficient. That was my practice, at least, and that seemed to be how it went the last time around. So if we can get it done faster, great. We will get through this more quickly as well. And thank you for that update, Mr. Reese. Okay. Anything else on basic scheduling before I get into some other matters? Very good. All right, I want to turn next to Yuba Water's sanctions motion, which I did promise I would address in between phases. So I will rule on that now. So first, as I outlined in my order on the objections to Ms. Hanson's testimony, there were several paragraphs of Ms. Hanson's testimony that relate directly to FERC relicensing proceedings. And those then were used to support a water right injury argument that I rejected in ruling on the Yuba Waters motion to cancel NID's protest, and that was in paragraph 20. And I do think that the decision to maintain that water right injury argument directly contradicted my ruling on the motions to cancel protests and would be deemed frivolous under Code of Civil Procedure, Section 128.5. That said, I'm going to decline to exercise my discretion to sanction NID in this case. So first of all, not all of Ms. Hanson's testimony supported that water right injury argument that I deemed frivolous. But the amount of fees sought covered an objection to the entirety of her testimony exhibits. And obviously, you all saw my ruling. I did not exclude the entirety of Ms. Hanson's testimony or the entirety of the exhibits submitted with that testimony. So I really have no principled way of figuring out how much of the fees to attribute to, say, paragraph 20, which I think is the most obviously problematic portion of that testimony. Is a fairly small aspect of it. I did exclude other aspects of her testimony for other reasons. And that difficulty has been compounded by the fact that there are at least 3 billing entries that have redactions for what I assume was unrelated work that would have nevertheless been covered by a full award. So rather than try to parse all this out, I'm going to exercise my discretion to deny the motion. With that, I want to turn to NID's request for judicial notice. So, Mr. McClure, I've reviewed all 3 of those documents. I've reviewed your request. I've reviewed Yuba Waters' objections. So, one thing I could not figure out is what is the purpose of Exhibit A, that PRA response? What are we doing with the PRA response here?
The PRA response was intended to demonstrate that we requested all of Yuba status reports on the Narrows 2 requirements under 1644 and that there were no responsive documents. Frankly, I think we can get where we need through exhibits on cross-examination. And so if the hearing officer is having trouble with the request for judicial notice, then we can withdraw the request for judicial notice and get what we need through cross-examination.
Okay, that's great. That would be my preference, frankly. So we can avoid a lot more discussion. Thank you for withdrawing that, Mr. McClure, and we will move on. Okay, that is helpful and went much quicker than I thought it would. Let's see, Mr. Becerra, are we ready to put on Mr. Grinnell for his, I'm sorry, Mr. Ruiz has his hand raised, so I'll come back to you, Mr. Becerra. Go ahead, Mr. Ruiz.
Sorry, just back to the scheduling issue. Actually, I've got one of the witnesses coming here at some point from Sacramento, and the other one will be on Zoom. So they are both available Thursday morning. For some reason, I was thinking the hearing was tomorrow. If you wanted to do that so that we had some certainty, and since we seem to have some extra time and have them Thursday morning, that would be fine.
Okay, let's see where we get today in terms of Mr. Grinnell's testimony. If it's super late in the day, maybe we'll carry that over to Thursday morning. But I am sort of inclined to power through to the extent possible, and then we will all get our Fridays back, and all of the hourly billers can turn to their other clients. All right, Mr. Becerra, are you ready to put on Mr. Grinnell?
Yes, we are. My colleague, Ms. Peer, will be handling that today.
Okay, very good. Let's get Mr. Grinnell on camera, please. And I will administer the oath and then turn things over to Ms. Peer. Where is Mr. Grinnell? Ah, there he is on the other page. I've got this on gallery mode so I can see all of you people. All right, Mr. Grinnell, welcome back. I'll administer the oath, so if you could raise your right hand. Mr. Grinnell, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Peer, when you introduce Mr. Grinnell, please ask him to affirm that his written rebuttal testimony is true and correct, and refer to the exhibit number of his testimony. And with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Bivens. Good morning, Mr. Grinnell. Could you please state your name for the record?
Stephen Eric Grinnell.
And is Exhibit Yuba Water 700C a true and correct copy of your written rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And is Exhibit Yuba Water 701C a true and correct copy of your written rebuttal testimony summary?
Yes, it is.
And are exhibits Yuba Water 702 to Yuba Water 708 and Yuba Water 712 to Yuba Water 717 the exhibits to your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Grinnell. Mr. Bivens, I'd like to now turn it over to Mr. Grinnell to provide a summary of his testimony.
Very good. Go ahead, Mr. Grinnell, and I'll ask Ms. Mullen to pull up the corrected copy of your slides, please.
Well, good morning, Harry Olson Bivens. Can we go to the next slide, please? I'm going to cover a couple of items very quickly this morning. The subjects that I'm going to be covering are just a quick review of something that's consistent with the accord transfers and the terms of the order for the accord transfers regarding Delta water quality, which is really being demonstrated as we speak with operations this summer for the transfer. I'm also going to address the issue of accord transfers and associated refill in New Bulls Bar with regard to having a de minimis effect on South Delta water quality. I'll address the issue of January to June refill limits that were suggested by the South Delta Water Agency as they are not only unnecessary but unworkable. I want to review the proposal of 100,000 acre foot, excuse me, 100,000 acre foot a year cap on the accord transfers because they would not change the operations for Yuba Water Spring operations would result in higher Delta water outflows and would have environmental effects. Next slide, please. The other item that two items I want to address are that concerns by NID about upstream project releases and transferability of that water. I just want to make a quick review of that. And then finally, the issue of a Narrows 2 intake extension was brought up, and I want to go through a summary of why that project is infeasible. Next slide, please. So first, as I said, this summer is actually a very good demonstration of how the term for compliance with the water quality objectives by the project and how that might limit or affect transfers. About a month ago, the Department of Water Resources contacted Yuba and explained that they would likely have to suspend exports of Accord transfer water because of a number of conditions in the Delta. They would have difficulty in providing export of that water while meeting water quality, specifically at Jersey Point was identified on the San Joaquin River as the compliance point that they were operating for. And so DWR is actively monitoring that and making adjustments in order to ensure that compliance, which is affecting Accord water export. Some of that water, which is being released right now through the Yuba River, may in fact not be exported this year, and that's a direct result of compliance with the long-term transfer order terms. Next slide, please. The issue of South Delta water quality and Accord transfers and New Bullsbar refill. The 2007 Accord EIR had extensive analysis and modeling of water quality in the South Delta or throughout the Delta, including the Old River at Tracy Bridge. And that DSM-2 analysis that was provided for the 2007 Accord EIR showed there was essentially no impact, very small effects in the South Delta, and with the largest effect actually being a positive one. And that information was provided through the EIR. The results of that information were exhibits to the EIR, and that information was not challenged at that time. Next slide, please. The recommendation or suggestion that the January to June limits on refill should be part of the new long-term transfer order are not workable, and they I believe that the testimony for that was relied upon the draft Bay Delta program of implementation for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. We commented extensively on that. Very simply, New Bullsbar refills about 80% of its water in the January to June timeframe. Any prohibition on refill during that timeframe would severely hamper operation of that project overall. We commented that to the state board in the draft, in comments to the draft program, and the subsequent updated July 2025 draft of the program implementation actually does not include that provision. And so from an operational standpoint, it's not, it really would not provide a credible operation. And also it's no longer something that even the program of implementation is including. Next slide, please. There is a proposal, I believe, by CSPA that the 100,000 acre foot cap on the Accord transfers. So what would 100,000 acre foot cap on the transfers do? Well, you have to kind of walk through the various ways that water transfers are provided through the Yuba Accord. So if it's a situation where the year is where the Yuba is operating to the Accord minimum in-stream flows, and that is providing the bulk of the transfer water. If it's over 100,000 acre feet, that does not change the operation to comply with the minimum in-stream flows. All that would do would be to make the water non-transferable and would be released downstream and available for diversion by others, but would not change the operation of the Yuba project. Groundwater substitution is done in dry years as well. And so if groundwater substitution were to be volume were to be putting it over the 100,000 acre foot cap, just means groundwater substitution would not take place, or a portion of it would not take place. Groundwater substitution provides increased flows in the summertime and drier years, especially in the lower Yuba River, and provides a temperature benefit to the lower Yuba River at that time and into the early fall time period. So all it would do is limit groundwater substitution. The other way that we've talked about that transfer is water is being provided is by operating to a target storage of 650,000 acre feet. In those years, we're not operating to the minimum in-stream flows, but operating to that target storage. And that target storage provides about 55,000 acre feet of transfer water released downstream. So 100,000 acre foot cap on transfers would not affect that operation as well. So reviewing all of those operations, the cap would not limit or not change, I should say, the operation of the project and potentially, increasing spring flows. It would not do that at all. But what it would do is just limit the amount of water that would be available to the participating contractors in drier years, and would limit groundwater substitutions. Next slide, please. Some of the conversation that was occurred about the accounting and the diversion of water and the accounting of transfer of water with regard to operations of project and operation to minimum flows, and specifically projects that had FERC licenses. That I just wanted to review that is a very common practice in the Central Valley. There are quite a few projects that have FERC license with hydrogeneration at the reservoirs, and then have diversions quite a ways downstream after those projects have made releases to meet the compliance points below their reservoirs, below their FERC projects. Provided examples of 4 different projects where that has occurred. At Oroville, below Thermalito Afterbay, the flow requirements, and yet the state does divert water below that point. The Placer County Water Agency, with its project, the Middle Fork project, has compliance points below its reservoirs, but then diverts water out of Folsom Reservoir. El Dorado ID has essentially the same thing on the south, South Fork Feather. And then Tuolumne Irrigation District on the Tuolumne has release a point in their FERC license below the Grange Dam, but then provides water to the city of Ceres on the lower Tuolumne River. So those clearly are situations where there are compliance for minimum stream flows, and then there is a diversion for consumptive purposes. And of course, a transfer is just an extension of the consumptive use under water right. And of course, the greatest evidence of this is the 2008 order by the State Board itself for the Yuba Accord, which has been going on for the last 18 years. Next slide, please. I had very extensive direct testimony on the accounting and the fact that releases by upstream projects would not be water that would be transferred under the accounting. But just very simply, that accounting is very complex, and I acknowledge that. And so because of the concerns about this issue, we are contemplating and will be developing additional language to propose for a term for the order that would clearly identify that any water released by an upstream project for a new regulatory requirement would not be water that would be accounted as transfer under the accounting principles. And so hopefully that will simplify the understanding of that condition. Next slide, please. So the Narrows 2 intake extension and compliance with the State Board orders for in D1644 for diligently pursuing funding for that project. And then subsequently, the Yuba Accord increased in-stream flows that addressed temperatures on the lower Yuba River were brought up as an issue. All of the pre-2008 analysis essentially was made irrelevant by the Accord in-stream flows and the significant temperature benefits that those in-stream flows provided. The Narrows 2 intake extension project was originally promulgated to address temperatures so that Yuba would not be required to release large amounts of water from its project. But as we move forward, we got the Accord and developed flow schedules that would address those temperatures. In the FERC proceedings concerning Yuba watershed, we prepared a very, very detailed analysis of projects either at the Narrows 2 powerhouse or the Narrows 1 powerhouse for an intake extension. We looked at full capacity, limited capacity, mixed flow regimes from either a Narrows 2 or Narrows 1 intake extension, and found that they would provide very little temperature benefit and would have very substantial impediments, not only the cost, but also because they would require construction in Engelbert Reservoir, which is a mercury-laden sediment reservoir. I would like to point out this graphic. Engelbert Reservoir and Engelbert Dam were constructed as a debris dam. And that project is doing exactly what it was intended to do, which is to collect sediment. If you'll notice in that figure, there's a light blue line through the grid, and then there's a grid of colors. Well, that blue line is the 1939 topographic survey of the reservoir before it filled. The shaded area is where that reservoir is today. It is filling with sediment. The USGS estimated it to be about just under 300 acre-feet a year. That reservoir has lost, by now, estimated anywhere between 35–40% of its storage volume, and it continues to fill. And that and a number of other reasons why an intake extension would not provide any significant temperature benefits, but would have great impediments to that project. And so that report details extensively, with a lot of modeling and a lot of analysis and review of what would be taken to provide an intake extension, that that project would be infeasible. Next slide, please.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Grinnell. Let's see. Cross-examination, I believe we said we were going to start with the Delta parties. Mr. Reese, are you prepared to proceed with cross?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were starting with Yuba. I mean, I'm sorry, with the other folks first. C-SPA, NID, and Friends, and then me. But if that's
I think my email last week, although I did see that you were out of the office, so you may have missed that email.
That's okay.
I think it said the order I was going to go was Delta parties, NGOs, and then NID.
That's okay. I have very, very, very few questions, so I can
Okay,
I can do it.
great.
I just
Go
won't
ahead.
have time to put my jacket back on, so forgive me.
That's the we can dispense with superfluous outer garments.
Good morning again, Mr. Grinnell.
Morning.
Dean Reese for the Central and South Delta Agency parties. Just a couple of questions. Looking at page 2 of your rebuttal testimony, in paragraph 3, you talk about an example of this year.
Sorry. May I ask that we pull up the testimony so the witness can see what's being referred to?
Yes, let's do that. I think that was 700C, Ms. Mullen.
Yes, in beginning on about paragraph line 7, you talk about, as you summarized in your PowerPoint, this year, the summer being an example of the transfer being affected by or halted, interrupted because of non-compliance at the Jersey Point location, correct?
No, it wasn't non-compliance. It was to ensure compliance.
Well, to ensure compliance, yeah. And that has that happened in terms of has there been any interruption of the transfer program because of non-compliance at the old station?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then I want to take you over to paragraph 7 of your testimony. And there you talk about, are we looking at kind of sort of lines 6 through 9? You indicate that the largest or most significant change in the old value is actually an improvement in water quality, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And that's based on an overall monthly single month analysis.
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Well, I'm asking you, is that based on an average, a monthly average, or what is that based on?
That modeling was summarized by monthly, and so it's a monthly value.
Okay.
Singular month.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it was a single month value.
Okay. And the increases that occur during the month or incurred during that particular month, it's your view that sort of offsets any exceedances that might have occurred earlier in the month?
No, I wasn't making that statement. I was just pointing out that the environmental document called out largest change, just identifying that the largest change was actually an improvement in water quality and not a degradation.
Okay. All right. I just want to understand that. So there's still, you acknowledge there are still exceedances of the old standard or substantial exceedances of the old standard as we went through last time. But you're just pointing out here that the largest single change that you saw on a monthly basis was an improvement.
Objection, Ms. State's testimony.
Overruled. You can clarify if you need to, Mr. Grinnell.
Yeah, so I was not talking about exceedances of the standard. What I was discussing in this was the changes due to between two scenarios. One was an existing condition and one with the accord alternative. So it was not an analysis that looked at exceedance of the standard. It was what was the magnitude of changes, and that 2007 EIR showed that the magnitude of changes were quite small.
Okay. That was it. I just wanted to clarify what the point of that portion of your testimony was, and I don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Grinnell.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz. Let's turn to the NGO parties, Ms. Mertz or Mr. Schutz.
I don't have any questions for Mr. Grinnell, but I know Mr. Schutz does.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Schutz, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Grinnell.
Good morning.
Could we please bring up Mr. Grinnell's rebuttal testimony? And I guess that's now Yuba Water 700C, is it? And if we turn to page 7, paragraph 16. Mr. Grinnell, here you say on lines 17 to 18 on page 7 that limiting Accord transfers to 100,000 acre feet would not affect Yuba Water's operation of the YRDP, correct?
That's correct.
But you acknowledge that it would limit groundwater substitution transfers later on in your testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could we please scroll up? Let's see. Scroll down to paragraph 19, line 10 on the same next page. Now, here you say that the 650,000 acre feet end of September storage target for new Bullard's Bar Reservoir is met or exceeded only in wetter years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And could we scroll down now to paragraph 23, please? That's great. Thank you. Now, here you say the 650,000 acre foot end of September storage target for new Bullard's Bar Reservoir was exceeded by Yuba Water Agency, led to increased transfers by Yuba Water Agency in only 4 years. And I guess that's in paragraph 24, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Grinnell, Yuba Water's proposed Yuba voluntary agreement would change the end of September storage target to 600,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
In the year types under that that are contained under that proposal.
And that would be above normal, below normal, and dry years of the Sacramento River Index. Is that correct?
Sacramento Valley Index, yes, SB.
Sacramento Valley Index. Thank you for the correction. So, Mr. Grinnell, have you done an analysis of how many additional years over the period of record that you analyzed previously that a 600,000 acre foot end of September storage target for new Bullard's Bar Reservoir would trigger either additional transfers or releases under the voluntary agreement?
So you've kind of asked a couple of things there, I believe. I believe you said operations to 600,000 would, how many years would increase transfers? Is that what I understood you to say?
Would either cause additional transfers or cause releases under the voluntary agreement.
Okay, so let's be very clear. The operations, when the voluntary agreement operation or the HRL agreement operations would be included in the operation, that will not increase transfers. That would actually result in a decrease in transfers in some time periods.
Okay. And how often have you done an analysis of how often Yuba Water would be operating to that 600,000 acre foot storage target and actually changing its operations because of that target?
I have done that analysis. I would have to just generalize on how often. From my recollection of that analysis, Yuba is operating, and I have to kind of walk through it to give you an assessment. Yuba is operating to the 650 target overall about 60 to 65% of all years, and those are the wetter 60 to 65% of years. So for above normal years, that HRL operation would occur in essentially all above normal years, and almost all below normal years. When we get to dry years, then we start to see that there would be an operation to that 600,000, but it may not be a full 50,000 acre feet operating from the 650 for the Accord down to 600. So it would be, in some of those dry years, it will be less than 50,000 acre feet of release, but it would be down to 600,000. And then in a few of the drier years, the storage would already be drawn down below 600,000, and so that operation would not occur.
I see. And at the beginning of your discussion there, you said 650,000 acre foot target. Did you mean to say 600,000 acre foot target?
Well, the HRL operation is to take storage from the 650 target of the Accord down to 600,000 acre feet for the HRL program. So a 50,000 acre foot additional release of stored water.
All right, thank you. Could we please look at PDF page 12, line 8, paragraph 33 of Mr. Grinnell's testimony? Now, Mr. Grinnell, here you say it is common for FERC licensees to divert water to consumptive uses downstream of FERC minimum flow compliance points, correct?
That's correct.
And you provide a series of examples in the paragraphs that follow, correct?
That's correct.
But none of the examples you provide specifically provide or address water for transfer, do they?
Well, I have to split hairs a bit there. I know that PCWA does do transfers. So there are transfer operations of the Middle Fork project. So I think I'll just stop there. So I think what I was really addressing was just the physical facts that there are FERC licensed projects that have FERC minimum stream flows below their projects or compliance points, and then below those compliance points, there are diversions for consumptive use.
So you're not specifically addressing the situation where a FERC licensee is transferring water in your testimony, is that correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yeah, I mean, a transfer is a consumptive use. I mean, it is consumptive use under your water rights. You're just applying for a point, a either temporary or long-term point of rediversion and place of use. So transfer is just an extension of your water rights for consumptive use, essentially.
All right, let's look at some specific examples. I sent a number of exhibits to the AHO. Did you receive them?
I am sure we did. I've seen a number of emails with cross exhibits. So just go
Okay.
ahead and tell us what you want up, and
I
if we
will
have
go
it,
ahead
we'll
and
get it
do
up.
that. I just wanted to make sure before we start that we did that. So you start with Placer County Water Agency, correct?
That's correct.
And we'll use the acronym PCWA to discuss Placer County Water Agency. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And you present a map of PCWA's FERC project, Exhibit Yuba Water 714, correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 714 for us? And if we could scroll down a little bit, so that's great. It's good to have that. If you could let us see the key to start, please, so that we understand what we're looking at. So the red dots here with surrounded by black circles, but we'll call them red dots, are the flow compliance points for PCWA's Middle Fork American project. Is that correct, Mr. Grinnell?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the arrows roughly show where PCWA diverts water for consumptive purposes, correct?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll down now, Ms. Mullen, so we can see the whole map. Thank you. So the map shows two arrows, and one of those arrows is at the Auburn Tunnel Pump Station, correct?
Yes.
And the other shows generally where PCWA delivers water from Folsom Reservoir to PCWA customers and to the city of Roseville, north and west of Folsom Reservoir, correct?
Well, I have didn't discern the particulars of where they deliver to from Folsom, just that they deliver out of Folsom.
They deliver out of Folsom. Okay. But neither of those arrows shows PCWA transferring water downstream of Folsom, does it?
That was not the intent of the figure.
And PCWA doesn't have any turnouts or points of delivery downstream of Folsom, does it?
You brought up the issue of transfers. When they do a transfer, they deliver below Folsom.
Let me restate my question. It doesn't deliver any water to its service area downstream of Folsom, does it?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Could we please bring up Exhibit CSPA 28 and turn to page 2? Now, and can you scroll? Do you see this document? This is an order regarding a transfer of water by Placer County Water Agency. Do you see that, Mr. Grinnell?
I do.
Can we scroll down a little so that Mr. Grinnell can get a sense of what's on this page? Thank you. And could we turn to PDF page 19, the final page, so we can see the date? And you see this was a transfer in 2022, Mr. Grinnell?
Yes.
Now, could we please turn to page 13, PDF? Do you see the highlighted section there, Mr. Grinnell?
Yes.
So here it says, in the absence of proposed transfer, Placer County Water Agency indicated the transfer of water would have remained in storage in Hellhole and French Meadow reservoirs. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So, Mr. Grinnell, if in the absence of transfer, this water, the water that PCWA proposes to transfer would have remained in reservoirs, it could not have been used to meet minimum in-stream flow requirements, could it?
Well, for that transfer, it's not being used to meet, in absence of the transfer not being used. That's correct.
Based on your knowledge of water accounting, could Placer County Water Agency have held water in storages that it was required to release as minimum in-stream flow pursuant to its license?
Objection calls for speculation.
Not really sure what you're asking.
Placer County Water Agency here it is being represented that Placer County Water Agency has stated that the water that it's transferring would be held in storage in the absence of transfer, correct?
Objection lacks foundation.
Mr. Bivens, do you have a?
I overruled the objection. Sorry, that didn't.
Oh, okay.
Didn't come through.
Thank you. I was waiting for that. So,
wait a minute.
By definition, water that's held in storage is not meeting minimum in-stream flow requirements, is it?
I can read that water that is held in storage is not being released to meet an in-stream flow requirement. Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Grinnell, do you have any evidence of any transfer that Placer County Water Agency has executed in the last 15 years in which Placer County Water Agency transferred water that its FERC license also required it to release as part of its minimum in-stream flow requirements?
I don't have that information.
Thank you. Let's turn now to the Oroville facilities, which is another example that you provide. The California Department of Water Resources owns and operates the Oroville facilities, correct?
That's correct.
And DWR is required to have a FERC license for its hydropower operations because DWR is not a federal entity. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Could we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 715? Now, looking at the top map here, Mr. Grinnell, would you please explain to me which FERC compliance point the 3 red arrows are downstream of?
Those are just showing diversion locations. They're not specifically identified to be downstream of a compliance point. We're just showing the relative diversions, the major diversion locations of the project.
But was it the theme of your testimony that there are points of diversion downstream of FERC project compliance points?
Yeah, can you scroll that figure down just a little bit more?
We'll get to that in a second. I'm asking specifically about those first 3.
Well, to answer your question, the question is, wasn't my testimony that there were diversion points downstream of compliance points, and those we're showing diversion locations of the, as I said, of the major project, and some of those are downstream of their FERC license compliance points.
But not the 3 that are coming off of Thermalito Afterbay are not among those. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe they are.
Thank you. Okay, let's scroll down to the bottom of the map here. So there are 2 points of diversion or rediversion shown on the bottom map, correct?
That's correct.
And those are the intake to the North Bay Aqueduct at Barker Slough and the intake to DWR's South Delta export facilities at Clifton Court Forebay, correct?
That's correct.
And these facilities serve DWR customers or contractors in the State Water Project service area, correct?
That's correct.
And these points of rediversion and diversion were in the State Water Project's original water rights permits, correct?
They're part of their water rights. Yes, I'm not. Original is. I'm not sure what you mean by original.
They were not added simply to accommodate transfers. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's general understanding. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell, isn't it true that the State Water Board has placed conditions in DWR's water rights permits that require DWR to meet flow and water quality requirements?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And those are in the Delta, is that correct? In part?
Yes, I'm aware of those.
And isn't it true that these conditions are part of the one might call the cost of doing business for the State Water Project?
They are conditioned upon DWR's water rights for its operation of its reservoirs and its diversion points.
Now, Mr. Grinnell, isn't it true that Yuba Water has taken the position in this hearing that it should not have to contribute to meeting the Delta water quality and flow requirements that the State Water Board requires of DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation?
Objection, misstates testimony.
I
I don't believe I characterized anything
yeah,
about testimony.
I don't believe he he characterized testimony, but I understand your I think I understand why you're objecting. Try it another way, Mr. Schutz.
Mr. I'm honestly not sure which other way I should try it. And I don't, if I understood the objection better, I think I could perhaps rephrase, but I'm not sure what the objection is.
Well, I mean, here's just my perspective listening to this. I mean, Yuba Water has I think what Ms. Pierce is reacting to is that, Yuba Water has said in its proposed terms of approval that it'll be subject to all the requirements of D1641 tables 1 through 3. So I don't, necessarily misstating, you're not misstating Mr. Grinnell's testimony at this point, but you might be misstating Yuba Water's position. And perhaps you should try to clarify what you're getting at because I'm not following.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell, isn't it true that Yuba Water has taken the position in this hearing that it should not explicitly be required to help DWR meet its water quality and delta flow obligations in the delta?
I'm going to object again. Um, I don't believe that that's Mr. Grinnell's testimony, and I believe it misstates Yuba Water's position.
All right, let's let Mr. Grinnell clarify to the extent he needs to. Go ahead, Mr. Grinnell.
Well, first, I don't understand what you're referring to by help. And I don't think what we've said is that Yuba Water would, as it has for the last 18 years, be required in order to transfer water to have some of that water that would be dedicated to meeting delta water quality. So within the context of a transfer, Yuba Water certainly is providing water, a portion of the transfer water, to comply with delta water quality and outflow requirements.
But Yuba Water has taken the position, has it not, that it should not be required to release stored water specifically and solely for the purpose of meeting delta water quality requirements or delta flow requirements. Is that correct?
Same objection.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Grinnell.
Yeah, Yuba Water has, I don't believe in this, certainly in my testimony, that that position has been explicitly stated.
Yuba Water does not have the same obligations to meeting delta water quality and delta flow requirements that DWR has. Is that correct?
Right. It does not have the same, within its, if you're referring to its water rights, it certainly does not have delta obligations within its water rights.
Thank you. Let's move on to El Dorado Irrigation District. Ms. Mullen, would you be so kind as to pull up Yuba Water 716? And thank you. And looking at the key, we have the same kinds of figures. The red dots are FERC license compliance points, and the red arrows are diversions for consumptive purposes. Correct, Mr. Grinnell?
That's correct.
And if we could scroll down, please, a little bit, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Now, this map shows the compliance points of the El Dorado project owned by El Dorado Irrigation District, correct, Mr. Grinnell?
Some of them, I think there may be a couple more than just shown in this figure.
Okay. Some of the compliance points, that's a good qualification. And when I speak of El Dorado Irrigation District, I'm going to use the acronym EID. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, there are 2 points of diversion shown on this map, correct?
Yes.
And 1 point of diversion just downstream of the confluence of the Silver Fork American River and the South Fork of the American River is the intake to the El Dorado Canal at Kybers, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding. Yeah.
And the other point of diversion is Folsom Reservoir, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Grinnell, looking at the compliance points that you've indicated for EID's El Dorado project, how many of those compliance points are located at a point of diversion for consumptive purposes?
I'm sorry, how many of those, of the 2 locations that we've shown?
No, let me start again. How many of the compliance points indicated by the red dots that you've shown are located at a point of diversion for EID's consumptive use?
How many of those diversion, we're just trying to understand, how many of those diversion points are located at compliance locations?
How many of those compliance points are located at points of diversion that EID uses for its consumptive use?
Well, the compliance locations, for instance, at the El Dorado diversion dam is below that location. So it's below where the point of diversion is occurring into the El Dorado Canal.
Right.
And then, of course, the diversion of water out of Folsom Lake for El Dorado's consumptive uses is below that, the El Dorado diversion dam, below El Dorado diversion dam compliance location.
But there's no compliance point for Project 184 at Folsom Lake, is there?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. And at the other compliance points, Lake Aloha, Echo Lake, Caples Lake, and Silver Lake, there are no points of diversion that EID uses to divert consumptive water, are there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. And those 4 compliance points at Caples, Silver, Echo, and Lake Aloha are at the heads of what one could call conveyance reaches. Is that correct?
Okay, yeah, that's reasonable.
Okay. And that means that the river reaches downstream of them are used to convey water from storage to a different point of diversion, either at Kybers or at Folsom Lake, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, would you please bring up Exhibit CSPA 29? Mr. Grinnell, this is an initial study and negative declaration to support an EID water transfer in 2020. Do you see this and understand what it is?
I see it. I've never seen this before, but I generally understand it.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please turn to PDF page 2, which I will represent is the 3rd page of the original document. The 2nd page is blank. Now, this is a general description of the proposed transfer and a notice of the initial study and negative declaration. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you could would you like to take a moment to review it and just to understand what we're looking at?
Sure. Yes, I've taken a
Okay.
general.
Could we turn to PDF page 3 of this exhibit? In the middle of the page, I've highlighted a short paragraph. Would you please review it and tell me when you're done?
Okay, I'm done.
Now, you understand that in this transfer, EID proposed to transfer water under its pre-1914 water rights. Do you understand that?
Yes, that's what the document says.
Thank you. Could we scroll down to PDF page 5, which was page 2-5 of the original document? And if perhaps we could get all of the map on the screen, that would be helpful, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. So this shows a map of many of EID's major facilities in its service area. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see the El Dorado Canal with its head at the El Dorado Diversion Dam?
Yes, there's a red line that appears to be adjacent to the South Fork.
And it's south of the South Fork for the most part, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where the El Dorado Canal can return water to the South Fork American River at El Dorado Powerhouse?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see the Hazel Creek Tunnel, which can divert water from the El Dorado Canal to Jenkinson Reservoir?
I see the label Hazel Creek Tunnel. Yes.
Okay. Now let's go down to PDF page 6. And if we could blow it up just a touch. This is page 2-7 of the original document. And if you could scroll up, please, Ms. Mullen. There you go. Thank you. Now, calling your attention to the without transfer schematic at the top of the page. Water is released from Caples Lake and Silver Lake. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it travels down the Caples Creek and the Silver Fork of the American River, where it is diverted into the El Dorado Canal at Kybers. Do you see that where it says Kybers diversion?
Yes.
Once in the El Dorado Canal, water is either diverted to Jenkinson Reservoir or diverted to Reservoir 1 for treatment. Do you see that?
I see those arrows. Yes.
Okay. And you understand, if we could scroll up just a little bit to see there. This is what was planned without transfer. So we're talking about the water that was going to be transferred here. Do you understand that?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Now, water that is diverted to Jenkinson Reservoir or to Reservoir 1 for treatment must be diverted at Kybers. Would you agree with that?
I don't have that information.
Do you have any explanation of how water that was not diverted at Kybers could arrive at Jenkinson Reservoir or at Reservoir water treatment. Which one is it?
Try the question again, please, Mr. Schutz, because I stopped being able
Hold
to
on.
follow.
I'm sorry.
Can you just start over with that question? Because I
Okay.
was not able to fully follow it.
Would you explain, do you have an explanation of how water that was not diverted at the Kybers diversion could arrive at Jenkinson Reservoir or Reservoir 1 for treatment?
You're asking me to talk about details of the operation of EID. That was not the intent of what I was doing. I am not an expert on EID's operations, and I don't purport to be. I, in fact, was providing a very simple example for EID's system about diversion of water below its compliance points. Beyond that, as I said, I am not an expert at EID's operations, so I would hesitate to make assessments about how they're operating.
Okay. Could we scroll up to PDF page 4, please? And if we scroll down to the bottom of the page, please. So, Mr. Grinnell, this is a narrative description of the figure that you just saw. One is without the proposed project, and one is with the proposed project. I've highlighted those phrases. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, looking at the bottom sentence that is highlighted, the net result is up to 8,000 acre-feet that is to be transferred. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And the basis for transfer is a decrease in storage of up to 8,000 acre-feet, the amount to be transferred. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you cannot explain to me how El Dorado would be transferring water that it used to meet its minimum in-stream flow at Kybers. Is that what you said before?
No, what I provided is, again, a general example of diversions of water below projects after the releases have been made to meet in-stream compliance flows. So that's the example that I was providing. I understand what that statement says, that they're releasing storage. I believe what we're talking about here is a temporary transfer, a one-year transfer, which is quite different from the Yuba Accord, which is a long-term program, which also was proposed and has been operating to have dual benefit, to provide benefit to in-stream flows and fisheries on the lower Yuba River, and then transfer that water. That was the original and ongoing proposal of that project, and in fact has received awards because of that proposal, where these projects are purely looking to transfer water and not necessarily provide in-stream benefits. So what I was showing and demonstrating was diversion of water below FERC license compliance points.
So this morning you said transfer is just an extension of consumptive use. I believe I wrote that down verbatim.
Yeah.
Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
And isn't it fair to say that in some cases it's more complicated than just being an extension of consumptive use?
Certainly transfers are not, some transfers are not simple to their account, but they are just a addition of another point of rediversion and a place of use under an existing water right. So I don't think that that's wholly complicated. The operation of them is certainly complicated, and certainly the accord is not a simplistic accounting of that or operation of it, but at its core, it's just an extension of the consumptive use under the water rights, which have been extended to another place of use.
And part of the accord is that it transfers water that is used to meet minimum in-stream flow requirements, correct?
Correct, as proposed.
As proposed. Okay. Can you tell me a single instance where EID transferred water that was part of its minimum in-stream flow requirement at Kybers?
I do not have that information.
Thank you. Could we please turn to, let's look at the Tuolumne River. Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 717?
Mr. Schutz,
Yes.
before we move to the Tuolumne and Turlock Irrigation District, I'm ready for a mid-morning break. So let's take 5 minutes and come back at 10:28.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Court Reporter, are you ready to go back on the record?
I am all set.
Very good. Mr. Schutz, are you ready to resume? All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Schutz, please proceed.
Okay, let's move on to the Tuolumne River. Miss Mullen, would you please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 717? And if we could, we have the same figures in the key. Red dots are compliance points for FERC requirements, and red arrows are diversion locations, correct, Mr. Grinnell?
Correct.
Okay, and if we could scroll down, please, and have a look at the different areas that are represented, and scroll down a little more, please. That's great. Thank you so much. Now here, Mr. Grinnell, your testimony suggests that the FERC compliance point is upstream of the points of diversion of Modesto Irrigation District and Turlock Irrigation District, correct?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And I'll refer to these districts as MID and TID. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up exhibit CSPA 25? Looking at the first page, Mr. Grinnell, do you see this exhibit is excerpts from the final environmental impact statement, or FEIS, for the Don Pedro project FERC licensing and the original licensing of the LaGrange project?
Yes.
And that this document dates to July 2020?
Yes.
Okay, please go to the next page, Ms. Mullen. And scroll down to the bottom paragraph. Thank you. Looking at the bottom paragraph, there's a description of the LaGrange facilities. Do you see that?
Yes.
And included in those facilities are the headworks of the MID main canal and the intake to the TID main canal. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, please bring up exhibit CSPA-26, excuse me. And do you see that this is the final license application for the LaGrange project?
Yes.
And could we scroll down, please, Ms. Mullen? And this was from September 2017. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can we please scroll to the top of page 2? Now, looking at the first sentence at the top of page 2, do you see where it says the LaGrange Diversion Dam is located at river mile 52.2 of the Tuolumne River?
Yes.
Okay. Please scroll to page 3. Now, this is an aerial view of the LaGrange Dam and associated facilities. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see that the intakes to the MID diversion canal, let me restate that. Do you see that the MID diversion tunnel intake and the TID diversion tunnel intake are both upstream of LaGrange Dam?
Yes.
And scrolling down to the top of PDF page 4 of this exhibit, please. You see a photo of LaGrange Dam from downstream. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see the head gates of the TID canal on the right? It's kind of hard to see in the shadow.
I've been there. I see that.
Okay. And then at the bottom of page 4, can we look at that photo, please? Thank you. Now, we have a photo of the intake works of the MID main canal taken from the intake works of the TID main canal. Do you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. Please scroll down to page 5 at the top. And here we have the TID tunnel intake taken from across the reservoir. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So let me just make sure I understand what I'm looking at. Those structures on the far side of, I guess that's those are those structures that sort of dominate the picture there. That's the intake of the canal, Mr. Grinnell.
That's my understanding.
Okay, good. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Shute.
Finally, can we look at page 6? And you see the photo here, Mr. Grinnell?
Yes.
And this is a photo of LaGrange Powerhouse taken from upstream and the penstocks coming off the TID main canal. Do you see that?
I see the photo, yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to exhibit CSPA 25 and turn to page 4? Now, Mr. Grinnell, do you see where it identifies the compliance point for flows in the lower Tuolumne River in the second and fourth columns as being the LaGrange gauge?
I see that.
And you see the river mile identified for the LaGrange gauge?
I do.
And that's 51.7, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now recalling that the LaGrange final license application identified the river mile of LaGrange Dam as 52.2, is the compliance gauge for the Don Pedro and LaGrange projects upstream or downstream of the MID and TID main canal diversions?
The compliance locations for LaGrange Dam are downstream of those two locations, but I did not anywhere in those figures say that I was showing diversion locations explicitly and solely below the compliance. So I was showing the diversion points and showing that some of them, and in this case, it's the diversion to series cutaways down on the Tuolumne River that really was the point of the figure.
I see. Okay. So you agree that the intakes to the MID main canal and TID main canal are upstream of the FERC compliance points for the Don Pedro and the Grange projects for.
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. And looking here at the FEIS for the Don Pedro and the Grange licensings, you see that there is proposed a in-stream flow requirement at river mile 25.5.
Yes.
And that is downstream of the what's called the infiltration galleries, or the point of diversion that you indicated with the red arrow on your map, correct?
Red arrow on my map.
Yeah. Let me rephrase.
I believe the red arrow that we're showing on the map was the series, City of Ceres diversion location, not the infiltration galleries.
Do you understand there to be a difference between the city of series diversion and the infiltration gallery?
To be honest, I did not equate the two.
Okay.
And just to be clear, I'm sorry.
Go ahead and finish your thought, and then I have a question.
Yeah, just to be clear, I was not providing that figure based on the proposed FERC license application elements. It was the existing FERC license, which has a requirement for flows below the Grange Dam.
Okay, that's helpful to me to understand what's going on here. So just for my own curiosity, what on earth is an infiltration gallery?
Yeah, from my so infiltration. The American River actually has them as well. It's these are structures actually below the bed of the river, where they are pumping water out essentially below the bed of the river in galleries or they're coarse sediments or rock that are covered in those galleries, and so they pump water so it doesn't disturb the. It essentially provides it below the bed of the river a screened, naturally, if you screened diversion for infiltration of water that then is pumped out of the river.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. I was honestly just curious. All right, Mr. Schutz, back to you.
Could we please go up to PDF page 3 of this exhibit? Thank you. And so you see in the below it says proposed facility modifications. And here it discusses the infiltration galleries. And those infiltration galleries are identified as being at river mile 25.9, correct, Mr. Grinnell?
Yes.
And recalling that and could we turn to page 4 again, please, for a moment, Ms. Mullen? And the proposed compliance point is at river mile 25.5. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so the proposed compliance point would be downstream of the infiltration galleries. Is that your understanding?
For the, as I understand this document, for the proposed new FERC license requirements.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Grinnell, would it be fair to say, leaving aside scale, that the two compliance points on the Tuolumne at the Lagrange gauge and below the infiltration gallery have similarities in effect as the Smartsville and Marysville gauges on the Yuba?
I could not make that assessment.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell, how much water?
Just to in fact, there are differences. There are significant differences. So, so that would not be something I would agree to.
Okay. To your knowledge, how much water has been diverted at the operational infiltration gallery near River Mile 25.9 to date?
I don't have that information.
Ms. Mullen, would you please pull up CSPA 27? And if you would please scroll all the way to the left at the top. Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, this is the water year statement of use for 2024. for that includes a statement of use of the infiltration gallery. Was downloaded off the ERIMS website. Do you see that this is the statement for the Turlock Irrigation District for water year 2024 there on the left?
I see the document. I can't say what it is used for. I don't have that information.
Okay. And can you scroll to the right, please, Ms. Mullen? And if you would keep going all the way to the end. There. Do you see there where it says Stanislaus Regional Water Authority mean CFS, Mr. Bruno?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand that that is the reporting of the diversions at the infiltration gallery?
Vaguely.
Okay. Could we scroll down, please, Ms. Mullen, to about row 280? And as we're scrolling, you can notice the amount of water that's being diverted there, Mr. Grinnell. This is in CFS.
Okay.
So we get down here and we're seeing sort of a maximum of 22 CFS. Could you scroll down to the bottom, please, Ms. Grinnell, Ms. Mullen, excuse me. So it looks like in water year 2024, the maximum amount diverted was about 22 CFS. Do you see that?
I don't see it there, but it's 2021 and shown in the right now. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell, given your experience, how big a factor is 21 CFS in changing the use of the Tuolumne River in light of the overall diversions of Turlock and Modesto irrigation districts?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Overruled, you can caveat your answer as you need to, or let us know if you don't know, Mr. Grinnell.
Yeah, it's a very confusing question, and I think it requires a lot of mental math in order to get there from information I don't have.
All right. Mr. Grinnell, are you aware of any water transfers that MID or TID has executed in the last 30 years?
I've been part of discussions of a transfer. I don't know if that transfer was ever executed or not.
Okay. Does TID or MID have any points of delivery downstream of River Mile 25.9?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Mr. Grinnell, are you aware of any cases where a FERC license holder has transferred water to entities outside its service area using water generated by FERC required minimum flows?
Well, certainly Yuba. And I would also suggest that State Water Project releases water from its FERC facility. It meets its compliance location of the afterbay, the Thermalito afterbay. There's a flow requirement there. And then there are transfers between the state and federal projects where deliveries are made between those two projects and exported out of the Delta. So I would suggest that they might be that very well might be a good example.
Any others?
No, those are the ones I'm aware of.
Thank you. Could we please, to wrap this up, look at page 13, PDF page 13 of Mr. Grinnell's testimony, Yuba Water 700. Um, and in paragraph 37, you say perhaps the best evidence that minimum flows are transferable after meeting regulatory compliance obligations is the original 2008 order authorizing the Yuba Accord Transfer Program, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Grinnell, isn't this hearing designed to reevaluate the findings of 2008?
I don't know that it's reevaluation of the findings in 2008. It's an evaluation of the transfer program going forward.
And Order 2008, at least the water transfer program that it authorized expires at the end of this year, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have today.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Mr. McClure, are you prepared for cross-examination on behalf of NID? All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grinnell. My name is Andy McClure. I'm an attorney for Nevada Irrigation District. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull Exhibit AHO 15, please? Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, this is corrected Water Right Order 2008-14. Are you familiar with this document?
This is the court reporter. Mr. McClure is coming in grainy for me, the sound.
Yes, and also for me, Mr. McClure, I don't know whether this is proximity to the microphone or a connectivity issue up in Orville or what, but I'm having a hard time hearing you clearly.
Well, is this any better? I can talk louder.
No, that is not better.
Shall I drop off and try and sign back in? I'm not sure if I can do that.
Yeah, if you can, let's take a 5-minute break. I would suggest two things. One, you can try logging back in, and then two, if you can find a headset that might, even AirPods or something, whatever you've got. I find that using a headset sometimes helps resolve it.
Beyond my capability, so let me try and sign off, and then I will sign back in.
All right, good. Let's take a 5. Yeah, okay, yeah. Go ahead and let's take a 5-minute break. You can do that, and we'll see how it goes. All right, we'll be back at 10:58.
Is this better, Mr. Hearing Officer? I changed the input for the microphone.
It is much better. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful.
All right, let's go back on the record and begin with Mr. McClure's cross-examination of Mr. Grinnell. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. If we could put AHO 15 on the screen. Mr. Grinnell, I have some questions about the Narrows 2 intake extension project, and I'm starting with Water Right Order 2008-14. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, I am.
Is it your understanding that this order addresses YWA's petition to modify decision 1644?
Yes.
One of the issues that Yuba raised in its petition was to eliminate the requirements related to Narrows 2 intake extensions. That's your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
In Water Right Order 2008-14, the Water Board declined to eliminate that requirement altogether, correct?
Yes.
Instead, it imposed a condition that provided, and if we could go to PDF page 58 of this exhibit. And if you could scroll down just a touch to G, can you take a minute to review that paragraph, please, Mr. Grinnell?
All right.
Would you agree that pursuant to that paragraph, the Water Board anticipated annual reporting and an annual suspension of the obligation to comply with the Narrows 2 intake extension provision of D 1644?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yeah, it is. I know what the state board did and what Yuba did, which was Yuba complied with actually term 2A of 1644, which was to report to the state board on its activities with regard to Narrows 2 intake extension, and the board reported back that it received those. I'm also aware of that as time went on, that Yuba, in its reporting, identified that it was pursuing examination of this issue under FERC licensing, because a intake extension would be in a FERC project boundary and therefore would come under FERC purview. So that's what I'm aware of.
You did not put into the record in this proceeding any state board documents demonstrating that it had relieved YCWA of compliance with Narrows 2 for the period 2008 to at least 2023, correct?
Well, I can't make that legal determination. The state board has responded to the notifications that Yuba provided. But I think I would be making a legal opinion as to whether those responses and how the state board responded was, as 2G identifies, that the deputy director would be relieving Yuba of compliance for the following year. So that, I think that would, because there were responses, but I don't want to make a legal opinion on what that meant.
My question was more specifically the responses, if they exist, were not put into the record in this proceeding, correct?
Yeah, to be honest, I'd have to go back and look at the exhibits of the filings. I thought that the responses were also part of those, but I could be wrong. We'd better to bring up those exhibits, I would say.
We'll get there. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up NID Exhibit 8, please? I'm sorry,
They're working on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, great, thank you. Mr. Grinnell, you mentioned in your testimony that Yuba would be evaluating the Narrows 2 intake extension as part of FERC relicensing proceedings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your testimony, you referenced those relicensing proceedings, and there was an exhibit that Yuba submitted in 2023 evaluating the feasibility of the Narrows 2 intake extension, correct?
That's correct.
And that feasibility assessment was largely in response to this document, correct?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, have you seen this document before?
I have seen it. I don't remember the details of it very well.
Without getting too far down the rabbit hole of FERC relicensing proceedings, are you aware that Yuba submitted what it titled an offer of settlement with respect to issues concerning in-stream flows to the lower Yuba River and FERC relicensing proceedings?
I am aware of that.
And are you aware that the State Water Board submitted comments on that offer of settlement?
I believe that this is that document.
If we could turn to page 4 of this document, please, PDF page 4. Thank you. And scroll down a bit. Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, the State Water Board here, just to accelerate things a little bit, it comments on some of the flow proposals that Yuba made in its offer of settlement. And then it also contemplates other reasonably foreseeable measures that could provide meaningful water temperature benefits on the lower Yuba River. And the Narrows 2 intake extension project was one of those measures, correct?
Well, I see the statement there, but could we get to the date of this document again at the top?
I believe it was.
Yeah, November 21, 2022, right? So this document and comment was before the Narrows 1 and 2 intake extension report was provided to FERC, and I believe the State Board would not have seen that for this comment.
I appreciate that, Mr. Grinnell. That was the chronology I was trying to establish, was Yuba made an offer of settlement that contemplated strictly flow releases, including additional flows from NID and PG&E upstream. Then, in response to that offer of settlement, the State Water Board issued its comments, which said that Yuba and the lower Yuba River should also consider infrastructure projects, including the Narrows 1 and Narrows 2 intake extension, correct?
Correct.
And in response to this comment, Yuba then developed its feasibility analysis, which has been put into the record in this proceeding, right?
That report was subsequent to this document, yes.
In response to Yuba's 2023 feasibility assessment, the State Water Board has not issued to Yuba any document, any comment acknowledging that Narrows 2 is not a feasible project, has it? That you're aware of?
I believe that the state board has acknowledged receipt of the report, but has not, so far I'm aware, made any assessment about feasibility or infeasibility based on that report.
So as we sit here today, from the State Water Board's perspective, the requirement of Water Right Order 2008-14 and Water Right and Decision 1644 still remain in force and effect, right?
Objection, calls for speculation. Witness doesn't know what the State Water Board's position is.
Yeah, that's fair, sustained.
Mr. Grinnell, based on your understanding and your familiarity with Yuba Water Agency's relicensing proceedings and water right decisions, are the requirements relating to the Narrows 2 intake extension for under D 1644 and Water Right Order 2008-14 still in effect?
Objection, calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
Well, what I do know is that Yuba continues to provide the periodic reporting as required under Term 2A.
And if we could now go to Exhibit NID 9, please. Could you, thank you. Mr. Grinnell, you mentioned in your testimony that Yuba intended to analyze feasibility of the Narrows 1 and Narrows 2 intake extension projects in FERC relicensing proceedings, right?
Yes.
And this is Yuba River, the Yuba Water Agency's Yuba River Development Project and Narrows Joint EIR dated July 2025. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is the environmental document that Yuba has issued in connection with water quality certification for the Yuba River Development Project new license, right?
I know that they've prepared the EIR, yes.
Are you aware that this document includes an assessment of Narrows 1 and Narrows 2 intake extension feasibility?
I don't recollect that specifically. It's a big document.
If we could go to PDF page 259, please. I'm sorry, starting with PDF page 256. If we look here, we can see in the section 3.6.3.4 that there is a discussion of the Narrows 1 or Narrows 2 powerhouse intake extension considerations and rationale for not advancing the extension. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And are you aware that the conclusion of this environmental assessment with respect to Narrows 1 and Narrows 2 is that Yuba does not advance construction of those projects as part of the proposed relicensing project?
Objection, lacks foundation.
Overruled.
Can we see a little bit further down? I am generally aware, but I don't specifically recollect this.
The executive conclusion is page 259 and 256. Perhaps we should go there, Ms. Mullen. Can you take a minute to review this, Mr. Grinnell?
Yes. Yes, I see that.
Do you see in the first full paragraph under the summary conclusions that the investigation demonstrated that the Narrows 1 intake extension would be complex and expensive?
I do see that statement.
Over the 25-year term of Yuba's proposed transfers under the accord, do you have any idea what the estimated revenue would be generated from transfers under this project?
No, that requires me to postulate a lot of things, including hydrology for the future.
You haven't done an assessment of whether transfer revenues would be sufficient to pay for this project in full?
No, and remember that this paragraph and the report primarily talks to the issue of that there are very small and continuing to diminish temperature benefits of a very short time period, of a small amount from any type of project that would be feasible to construct and operate. So it is my understanding that the primary determination of infeasible being not impractical is that it would provide very little temperature benefit and diminish over time as Engelbrite sedimentation continues to occur. It also would be very complex and expensive. It also would require excavation of mercury-laden sediment. So all of those things together are really culminate in coming to the conclusion of infeasible.
In fact, if we see just the top final sentence on page 259, I think we're on it. It says that given the minimal temperature benefit an intake extension would produce, it would not be an economically feasible or reasonable alternative. Yuba's conclusion not to proceed with the Narrows 1 or Narrows 2 intake extension is at least in part driven by economic considerations, correct?
Certainly, that was a part of the analysis.
And my prior question was whether Yuba had conducted an analysis of whether transfer revenues over the next 25 years would be sufficient to pay for the project. And you
Objection asked and answered. Excuse me.
I don't think you finished this question. So
yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were done.
Go try your question again, Mr. McClure, and then Ms. Peer wants to object. We'll see where you.
Thank you. You have not conducted an analysis of whether transfer revenues over the next 25-year term would be sufficient to pay for the Narrows 1 or Narrows 2 intake extension project, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yeah, I have not done an analysis. And as I said, it would require.
Thank you.
I sustained the objection. So,
thank you. Can we please now turn to Exhibit YWA 700C? And just before we move on from the discussion of the Narrows 2, that EIR that we just reviewed, are you aware that the comment period on that is open right now?
Yes, I am aware of that.
we don't have the State Water Board's comments on the document or and specifically the Narrows 1 or Narrows 2 issues discussed therein, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thanks. Can we turn to paragraph 33, please? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm specifically looking for the paragraph that discusses the NID. Now, let me just ask the question. Mr. Grinnell, in your testimony, you acknowledged that the transfer accounting methodology that Yuba proposed in its conditions of approval is a little bit complicated, correct?
Yes, it is.
And that Yuba would be proposing some alternate conditions for consideration to address those issues?
Yeah, paragraph 39 was.
Thank you. Thank you. To your knowledge, has Yuba shared any proposed terms or conditions with NID for its review as of today?
Not that I'm aware of.
And we don't have any proposed terms and conditions to review today, right?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Do you still intend, is it your understanding that Yuba still intends to present revised terms and conditions to address this issue?
As it says in my rebuttal testimony, that is the intent.
Is it your understanding that that accounting methodology would require Yuba to bypass NID upstream regulatory releases?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
Yeah, so I believe you'd be conflagrating two different things. One is accounting water for transfer versus bypassing water. Those are two very different things.
I appreciate that. And I asked the question I intended to ask. Do you have an answer to that?
So could you ask that question again, please?
Would the methodology that Yuba is proposing as a term and condition of approval of the transfer under the accord require Yuba to bypass NID upstream regulatory releases?
I'm going to object based on vague and ambiguous again, and also argumentative. The witness has already established that we don't have that proposal. He calls for speculation.
Well, we established.
Hang on, stop arguing. Overruled. I want to hear the answer. I have some questions of my own, frankly, about this, so I'm curious about where this goes.
And so can I just clarify, are you asking about new regulatory requirements or I'm not
Sure. Let's for purposes of this question, let's assume that under NID's new FERC license, it is required to meet or the Healthy Rivers and Lakes program, it is required to make regulatory releases for the purpose of benefiting the lower Yuba River. Under Yuba's proposed terms and conditions, would Yuba be required to bypass those flows?
Well, first off, you've provided two examples that are very different. One is new regulatory requirements for FERC flows, and the other one is HRL flows for the Yuba River. First off, on the HRL, my understanding is there is the NID proposal is not to release water down the Yuba River. And so I would be speculating if there was some HRL proposal for releases down the Yuba River, what that would entail. For new FERC licensed minimum stream flows, you're asking if the proposal would be what I've said in my rebuttal testimony is that we'll be preparing additional terms that would clarify or simplify the statement and understanding of the accounting that those new releases from upstream projects would be counted as baseline flows and not transferable. That's what I've said. With regard to bypassing, there is nothing that I've said about that we were proposing, Yuba would be proposing that it would have a term to bypass those flows.
So let me interject here because I'm curious about this, and I, just to lay my cards on the table when I was thinking about potential terms like this, Mr. Grinnell, the thought in my head was there would be some clarification that those, what NID calls regulatory flows, would, explicitly be treated as baseline flows and therefore not transferable, and that those flows, to the extent they were, dedicated to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, would be bypassed through Yuba Water's facilities. So I think what I'm hearing from you sort of between the lines is that it's potentially more complicated than that. So help me understand why.
Sure. First off, NID has not proposed any Healthy Rivers and Landscape, but that I'm aware of. What is in the documents that I have seen is that they're proposing releases down the Bear River. And that would be potential water that has been diverted out of the Yuba River. So there is no proposal that I'm aware of that's a Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal down the Yuba River. And so then we talk about, it is fairly simple to simplify, excuse me if I use that approach, but yeah, it would not be difficult to have a simplified term that clarifies that upstream project releases of any type, including regulatory, would not be accounted as transfer flows, but instead be accounted as baseline flows. The issue of bypassing is another issue, which gets to a lot of issues, not the least of which is potentially flows, increased flows from upstream project and regulatory would be potentially available to Yuba to help meet in-stream flows and to help improve temperatures on the lower Yuba River. So that gets a lot, bypassing is a lot more complicated. Accounting and identifying water to be under the baseline so that it's not transferable is a much more simple item to deal with.
Okay, and that makes sense to me on a conceptual level. I guess, so let's say that NID either has a Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal that calls for releasing water down the Yuba River that's ultimately accepted, or NID, in the alternative, may need to release or bypass some water to meet Bay Delta Plan update objectives. I would expect that the state board would expect that water in either case to make its way down to the Delta relatively unimpeded and undiverted. I mean, is that how? Just help me understand the complications of putting that expectation in writing in terms of a permit term.
Yeah, and not to foray into your authority, hearing officer, but if there's a Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal for NID for releases down the Yuba River, under that program and within the construct of that, I would expect, yes, if those are supposed to be for the Delta, that the board would, under that program, identify that. In fact, there is a lot of discussion on how to protect HRL flows under that program. And so I would think that that's where that would be done. And that's that's obviously by definition under the transfer and what we've already talked about for the accounting and what we would propose for a simplifying or clarifying term, then that would also make HR&L flows by the upstream projects not transferable. And then a protection of those flows would occur under the activities of the board for the HR&L program itself.
Okay, so that's helpful. So basically what you're saying is, let's deal with the transfer accounting aspect of this proceeding and deal with, potential bypass flows and how the whole VA program is going to be implemented in that program. Is that a fair summary?
I think that would be an appropriate approach.
Okay, all right, Mr. McClure, I'm done with my questions on this point. Back to you.
Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, what are the elements of the proposed terms and condition that Yuba is contemplating that would ensure that Yuba does not have authorization to transfer NID regulatory releases?
Well, we haven't made that, but it would be rather a simple matter to have a clarification of that, because I've been able to explain it quite simply. So, which is that that in summary statements that releases by the upstream project would not be counted as transfer. You got to remember that underpinning the entire accord is the fact that these have to be stored water releases that are operation of the project to release stored water, and it is the operation of the YRDP that creates the transfer. There's also the water that flows into the project, but it is the operation of the project. So if the operation of the project is not providing that addition, and remember that we account for the accord transfer by checking that it has been a reduction in storage for that transfer. There are, as I've said in my testimony, it's measured the Marysville gauge, but also we look at and measure the storage change from Newbold's Bar. So it would be a simple matter to clarify that in an additional term.
Would the proposed methodology preclude Yuba from utilizing NID upstream regulatory releases to meet refill criteria under the transfer program?
Well, now you're getting to be a very complex question. Meeting refill, I mean, I don't know how to answer that, to tell you the truth. Meeting refill criteria, the refill is looking at the evacuated storage and how and the timing that it fills up, not what fills it up. It's just what the flow that fills up the reservoir. So refill is agnostic to what route the water takes in order to get to Newbold's Bar. It's when is that increase in storage occurring relative to delta conditions.
You haven't considered that issue in Yuba's proposed terms and conditions that you discuss at paragraph 39 of your testimony.
Well, I don't think that it's relative. It's relative to it or related to it.
Your position is that Yuba may use NID upstream regulatory releases to refill Bullard's Bar Reservoir, and that should not be part of the accounting methodology contemplated by the transfer approval?
Objection, misstates testimony.
Overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Grinnell.
Yeah, I really don't know what that gets to. So I'm not really sure how to answer. You're let me think
The
about
answer is no.
don't answer for me, please. Let me think for a second. Yeah, again, I don't really know how to answer, I think what your question is, Yuba using new regulatory releases to refill New Bullard's Bar. If there are new regulatory releases that are specific to meeting compliance above the Yuba River Development Project, and then Yuba can utilize those flows within its reservoir to meet its rather significant compliance requirements downstream. It certainly would do that. So those waters would be stored, but again, that's just filling a reservoir. I don't know where that crosses paths with the transfer.
Okay, before you go back, Mr. McClure, I have another kind of foundational question. So on refill criteria, Mr. Grinnell, where, or actually, strike that. Do Yuba Water's proposed terms and conditions for this pending transfer petition include criteria related to reservoir refill?
Absolutely.
Okay, and where specifically? I mean, I would assume they are in there, but just for ease of reference later, where specifically would I find the proposed terms that relate to reservoir refill?
In the existing water, there is a requirement for refill accounting. I would have where exactly which one of those terms that was proposed by you, but it is.
So, Mr. Bivens, I'll represent the petition, the water right change petition that is on, is the subject of the proceeding, has an attachment, and I believe it's attachment 2, that has proposed conditions. It might be attachment 3. I need to double check.
Okay.
But I think that's AHO 010 is the exhibit. And so it's an attachment to the petition.
Yes, thank you. I've looked at that a number of times, and I can never remember what it is or what term applies to which thing. I think you had quite a few of them in there, so thank you for that. I'll look at that maybe on our next break. All right, thank you, Mr. McClure. Go ahead.
Thank you. If we could go back to NID Exhibit 9, please. And Mr. Grinnell, this is the Yuba EIR for the relicensing project we looked at earlier. If we could turn to PDF page 233, please. And I want to give you a minute to please review the first paragraph under section 3.3.
I see that.
And specifically, the sentence I'm focused on is Alternative 1 proposes to reoperate the release of 15,600 acre-feet of additional flow from the YB/DS projects during dry and critically dry years. But this reoperation would only be possible if water is made available by the YB/DS projects, which is subject to approval of a new license term by FERC. Is it your understanding that YB/DS refers to the Yuba Bear and Drum Spalding projects?
Yes, it is.
And so this is Yuba's alternative for a new license for its project, which would require NID and PG&E to release an additional 15,600 acre feet during dry and critically dry years, correct?
Yes.
And as we've established, your accounting methodology would not specifically preclude Yuba from using those flows to refill its reservoirs for transfer purposes.
Objection, miss.
Sorry.
It's okay. Objection misstates the witness's testimony.
Overruled. Clarify as you need to, Mr. Grinnell.
Yeah, that's not what I've said.
What is your position with respect to whether Yuba would be able to use that additional 15,600 acre feet?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Hang on.
I apologize.
Let him finish his question, then you could object, and then I'll rule. So try it again, Mr. McClure.
What is your position with respect to whether Yuba would be able to use the 15,600 acre feet of additional releases from the Yuba Bear and Drum Spalding projects to refill its reservoirs?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
Well, as that proposal states, it would be an attempt by Yuba to store that 15,600 in the springtime for release for temperature benefit later in the year. So by definition, it would be going into the reservoir.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McClure. Okay, I have a couple of questions before I turn it over to Ms. Peer for redirect. So Ms. Mullen, can we have exhibit AHO 010 up on the screen? And we'll go to, excuse me, when we get there, if you could go to PDF page 11, please. And scroll down to paragraph 21. There we go. So, Mr. Grinnell, is this the proposed term in Yuba Water's petition that deals with the reservoir refill provisions?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then it looks like the specifics of the reservoir refill provisions in this term are found in Exhibit 2 to what I gather is Exhibit YCWA 11A in the 2007 hearing as amended by agreement with DWR. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Exhibit 2 is the refill accounting exhibit.
And to your knowledge, do we have Exhibit 2 to YCWA 11A as amended by the agreement with DWR in the record for this proceeding? Ms. Peer looks like she might be able to help me find that.
I believe that we do have Exhibit 2. The part that I need to look at is whether we have the as amended by agreement with GWR. But we can get back to you on that.
Great.
There's Mr. Becerra. Whom?
Yeah.
Mr. Bivens, I believe it is Exhibit Yuba Water 206, which are relevant excerpts to the water purchase agreement, with the scheduling and accounting principle excerpts being Exhibit 1 within that exhibit.
Okay, yes, there's the water purchase agreement. Oh yeah, here's 11A, there's Exhibit 1. Sorry to do this on the fly, but just want to make sure I have something to look at when I think about all of them. Okay, here's Exhibit 2. Aha. Okay. All right, that's in there. I am obviously not ready to ask you questions about the details of those terms at this time, but at least I know we have this in the record, and can attempt to evaluate it. And Mr. Becerra, this includes the whatever amendments were made by virtue of the agreement with DWR. This includes those amendments.
Mr. Grinnell would know better than me. I believe that this has stayed the same since 2007, but theoretically might change in the future.
Okay, Mr. Grinnell, does this this, I don't have it on the screen, Exhibit 2 to Exhibit Yuba Water 206, does this include, I mean, there's lots of references to DWR, but does it include the terms that were reached via agreement with DWR in terms of reservoir refill?
There was one exhibit amendment to the agreement that modified one term of this under the original. I think it was Amendment 3 or Amendment 4, and then DWR for the extension of the water amendment of the water purchase agreement going forward. DWR has proposed and Yuba has agreed to additional changes that the department has wanted to further protect its water supplies. Specifically, one of them was to include when they're operating to EI under restricted conditions, that there would be reservoir refill accounting and potential payback for that. That's really the major one that I'm aware of in my recollection.
Okay, so there's this exhibit Yuba Water 206 does not necessarily contain all of the relevant provisions that would govern Yuba Water's refill operations. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think the way to characterize it is by far it's the majority of everything. These changes that DWR wanted to augment it in some special circumstances to protect their water supplies. And remember that the refill is really not about the filling of the reservoir, it's the releases of the reservoir that impact downstream. So the refill accounting is intended to look at whether or not there has been a reduction of releases from the reservoir due to evacuation of the space for the transfer, not necessarily how the reservoir is filling, but whether or not Yuba has limited its releases because of evacuated storage. So hope that helps to kind of have a mindset of what this is all about.
Well, I guess I'm not sure I understand the distinction, right? I mean, so let me just talk out loud here. This is not good, questioning, but I want to understand how this works. So some when transfer operations are occurring, water's being released from storage, that water goes downstream down to wherever the next point of rediversion is, whether it's in North Delta for CCWD and East Bay Mud or to the joint point of diversion. That water, flows downstream, it's released from storage, and then presumably Yuba Water is changing its releases it might otherwise make so that the water in the reservoir refills, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, what's the distinction between accounting for changed releases versus, accounting for the water that comes into the reservoir?
Well, because it's very difficult just to look at releases alone, we look at storage change, right? As for how the operation would change with filling that evacuated storage. So, and we use, you know, criteria to make that determination, looking at the baseline storage levels that the reservoir would have been at. So that, you know, there is a difference in the fact that what we're really looking at is, or the impact is, if it occurs, is a reduction in releases in the operation. But we're using the surrogate of the change in storage against what the historic or baseline storage levels. In the case of the accounting for this refill, it's actually a defined line of storage or levels, monthly levels of storage. So, and those are levels that DWR has determined would be protective by seeing that if under baseline conditions, storage would be at those levels, releases would have been higher. So it is not a direct measurement of what's affecting them, but it is, in essence, a direct surrogate, if you will.
Okay, and then the refill terms in Exhibit Yuba Water 206, as amended potentially by some later document that may not be in the record, those refill provisions are designed to protect the Department of Water Resources from injury, correct?
That's correct. It's exactly, yeah.
Okay, and then I think you made a distinction between upstream releases that might be made to meet Bay Delta Plan update objectives versus upstream releases that may be made to meet FERC requirements. Can you just summarize the distinction in your mind between those two as it relates to Yuba Water's refill and storage of water and subsequent transfer?
Yeah, so we'll kind of walk through it step by step.
Please.
Yeah. So let's take the releases for a FERC requirement and refill. The refill accounting is intended that it's really, as you said, it's protecting, intended to protect DWR's water rights and reclamation, because they, you know, cooperate the Delta and the exports. So to the extent that there is water that is being refilled from, say, new releases, that refill accounting is designed to be agnostic, as I said, to where that water is coming from. But if that water is increasing, would increase storage, that it would be that water under baseline conditions would have been in the reservoir and brought it up to the levels of that are identified in the refill accounting, then that water would essentially or potentially could initiate a refill impact, because the expectation is that water would have been bypassed or released or, you know, passed through the reservoir to the extent it was, you know, it was into the reservoir in the first place. So, you know, these, you know, saying that we this issue of these additional regulatory releases refilling the reservoir, they would be accounted in the refill accounting to protect DWR. If that hole is filled up and under baseline conditions would have been released, but is not being released, that increment of water could potentially trigger, if it happens in balanced conditions, would trigger a refill impact that Yuba would have to repay. So that's why I say it's agnostic to where the water is coming from. If that water would have been bypassed and released, and now with the transfer it's not, it's a refill impact. And so the accounting takes care of that issue, because it looks at, did you refill that evacuated storage with your operation by not releasing water that otherwise would have been released because you were higher in storage? So that's the first one. So the refill accounting, my position is that the refill accounting accounts for that, whether or not it's additional release. I mean, right, the hydrology varies all over the place, and so these additional releases, by the way, is my understanding of the releases, these are not large amounts, and there's certainly not large amounts that Yuba would be able to capture by, down the middle of Yuba River. Which is the only place we have a diversion. We don't have a diversion on the South Yuba River that would divert water into New Bulls Bar. So they're relatively small amounts of water. On an HRNL program, that's completely different. If there ever was an HRL program that had the upstream projects releasing HRNL water, I think it's pretty safe to say, unless there was some specific proposal that water would be reoperated by Yuba, then the expectation, that's delta inflow, that water's going to have to come out of the Yuba.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't know what I think about all that. I guess for the lawyers, I think we need the complete reservoir refill terms in the record, either as a proposed term, so we can look at it all at once, and imagine Mr. McClure will have things to say about reservoir refill at this point. Anyway, I just need the complete set of terms that are going to apply to reservoir refill operations. Someone will ask me about that at some point.
Mr. Bivens, just if you would like to see all of the paper on the accounting, we can certainly provide it. I mean, I don't think we provided all of it because we didn't want to bury everyone, but we can provide it.
I appreciate that, and I don't like being buried, but I am a little concerned that the proposed term, this proposed term 21, refers to a different document which may not be complete. That seems a little bit problematic for the water board. So whether it's as a new term that refers to a exhibit that has the complete refill accounting procedures, I mean, that's fine. It just needs to be complete, Mr. Mazzara.
We can provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Grinnell, I had a couple of other questions for you. So in your testimony, you talked about this, I guess, communication from DWR that said, if I'm characterizing this accurately, transfer operations are going to need to be suspended because of water quality compliance issues at Jersey Point. Is that a fair characterization of your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so well, strike that. Was the water quality compliance objective that motivated the suspension of transfers, was that related to a salinity objective?
Yes.
Okay, and so, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I understand. That it was that. Yes.
Okay, so how does DWR determine, or how did DWR determine that transfer operations this summer would need to be suspended due to potential concerns about meeting the salinity objective at Jersey Point?
Although they only gave a brief description, I can give you what that brief description was. It has to do with the cross-channel gates operation and the amount of flow and having to keep those gates open, but with providing the transfer water through the system would impact if there's an erosion issue with the gates, and they need those gates open to continue to meet the water quality compliance at Jersey Point. That is my understanding. And so they needed to back off on flow, and the Yuba transfer is the first thing to go.
And so do they make that determination based on modeling or some other analytical criteria?
I think it's based on, just forecasting what the operations were in coordination with reclamation on what the effects was going on with the gates.
Okay, and does their whatever model, well, actually, are they using the DSM-2 model?
I know they use that. I don't know if they were running DSM-2 modeling specifically to make that determination.
Okay, and then there was another point of your testimony. I think we've come full circle and come back to refill. I think this was about the feasibility of a refill limitation proposed by the Delta parties, but you indicated that the salinity standard at OLD is a backwards looking criterion. Is that fair?
That's correct. And so even if there was some term regard to refill, and as I said, all of the analysis that I've been involved in and seen shows that the refill does not materially affect or impact to bring up the level of effect. There is, DSM-2 model is very detailed, and so you can see little wiggles of changes, but to materially affect those, the refill would not do that. And then let's say there is let's say that was a term. I'll just take that theoretical for a second. As Mr. Wilson testified, the day that it's a violation, they look back a 30-day average, and you look back to 30 days. Well, there's obviously Yuba has no ability to go look, and change its operation in 30 days, in 30 days prior. And the remedy for refill generally is because it's an impact to the projects is to make them whole by releasing stored water. But the fact that there is very little variation in OLD water quality salinity with operations for the transfer as a whole, as evidenced by the 2007 EIR, and the fact that a term like that would be impossible to comply with, I think it really does come back to, well, it's not being impacted by this in the first place.
Yeah, and I understand Yuba Water's position about the relative impacts of the transfers on salinity at Old. I mean, I can track that, I think, reasonably well. I guess my question, Mr. Grinnell, is that if DWR can do some forecasting and say we're going to have trouble meeting our salinity objectives at Jersey Point, why can't it do the same type of forecasting and say, hey, it looks like OLD salinity objective compliance is going to be a problem. We're going to stop facilitating transfers.
Great question. And so let me give you the difference there. If there's going to be an effect on Jersey Point and then their modeling, they can increase their releases and or change their operation to improve the water quality at that location. but they can't do that for OLD.
Right, because that's primarily influenced by San Joaquin River flows. Okay, and then you and Mr. Wilson, I think, have a disagreement about the extent to which DWR can influence reclamation to make releases out of the San Joaquin River, and we'll hear more about that. But okay, that helps me understand at least your position on OLD and forecasting. Let me take one more look at my notes here. And we've talked about bypass flow to some extent. All right, that is all I have for you, Mr. Grinnell. Thank you for indulging me. Ms. Pierre and Mr. Becerra, you guys will have redirect, and I guess my question is, will it be long enough that we should take lunch now, or will it be, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes and we'll take lunch after? What would you?
We should take lunch.
I thought that might be the case. All right, let's take a 1 hour lunch break. We will come back at 1:05 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Am, are you ready to go back on the record? Very good. All right, Mr. Becerra, I had a thought while we were out before we get into redirect, which is that we probably ought to get the proposed term that Mr. Grinnell mentioned in his direct written testimony with respect to upstream regulatory releases submitted before, well, submitted with enough time for parties to address them in closing briefs. What's your proposed schedule look like for getting that proposed term submitted?
I need to talk to Mr. Grinnell and the agency. We didn't produce them because we wanted to see what the rebuttal testimony looked like before we accounted for all possible testimony. I imagine we could probably produce them, and I'm going way out on a limb, and Mr. Grinnell may kick me under the table. I'm imagining maybe middle of next week. I don't think it's very complicated.
Okay, good. Yes, that would be helpful.
Mr. Grinnell, does that sound like a reasonable schedule?
It certainly does.
Great. Let's say end of the day next Wednesday. I guess that's almost a week from now, so the 27th. That would be good.
Okay.
Thank you both. All right. Now that we have that bit of housekeeping out of the way, Mr. Becerra, are you the redirector?
I am the redirector.
All right. Very good. Well, the floor is yours for that. How much time do you think you're going to spend?
I think Mr. Grinnell and I can probably be done in half an hour or so, maybe.
Oh, perfect. Okay, great.
I don't hold me to it, but I don't think it's that much.
I won't, but that's pretty good. All right, then please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Grinnell. Do you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall Mr. Schutz asking you questions about Placer County Water Agency transferring water?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall that he asked you questions about Placer County Water Agency transferring only water from storage?
I do remember that.
What is the role of stored water in determining the amount of Yuba Accord transfers?
It is a primary part of the accounting. I mean, by definition, put groundwater substitution aside, the transfer of Accord water is releases of stored water.
Is natural flow that Yuba bypasses to meet minimum flows not transferable?
The definition is stored water or water that would have been stored absent the transfer.
Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up Exhibit Yuba Water 206? And Mr. Grinnell, do you recognize this as your exhibit that is excerpts of the water purchase agreement?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please go to the bottom of PDF page 3? And Mr. Grinnell, do you see the definitions for baseline conditions and baseline flows?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain how stored water functions relative to those definitions?
All right. So, I mean, the transfer is a determination of what would have occurred absent the operations to release stored water or transfer, provide water downstream for transfer. And the baseline flows is defining what there are stored water releases in the baseline flow. It's just that they're not specifically for transfer. They're just to meet the conditions that would have been there without the transfer. And then, of course, the transfer is water in addition to the baseline flow from storage.
So, for example, regulatory releases by Nevada Irrigation District from upstream would be included in baseline flows. Is that right?
Yes, it would.
And those releases by Nevada Irrigation District would not be transferable by Yuba, correct?
That's correct. It's very, let me just, it seems to be some confusion here, so it's worthwhile just one more point that, regulatory releases by NID, of course, would, have no relation to the accord. And some of those releases could go into New Bullitt's Bar by being diverted out of the middle Yuba River and go into storage. But that would have happened under the baseline conditions. And so that water then would come out as well under baseline conditions. So those releases are there in either case. I mean, best way to put it is either side of the equation, if you will. And so they are not, they do not account as transfer flows because they get nullified by the fact that they're there in the baseline as well.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up exhibit Yuba Water 227? And Mr. Grinnell, exhibit Yuba Water 227 is your figure showing how the Yuba River operated in 2014, correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain what the green hatched area is?
The green hatched area is water that is accounted for as transfer. In this year, that was released to meet the accord minimum in-stream flows. And those are also checked with regard to the fact that it is also a release of stored water. So the storage in New Bullitt's Bar would be lower by at least that amount, if not more, because some of it would not be the green hatched if, for instance, it's being released in excess conditions. But that is stored water releases to meet in-stream flows above the baseline condition and baseline storage condition.
And can you explain what the solid royal blue is on this figure?
Yeah, the solid royal blue is the baseline flow releases. And in that case, it was so dry that under baseline conditions, except for a very small amount that you can see around mid-September, those releases would have been to D1644 interim flow requirements.
Is it accurate to say that Yuba could only transfer the stored water releases necessary to meet minimum flows in this year?
That's correct, because we check, as I said, we check the storage condition as well as the difference in flows of the minimum stream flows at the Marysville gauge.
In your experience, is the basic principle in identifying transfer water that it must be new water made available by an agency's operations of its project?
That's correct. That's exactly what it is.
In the case of Yuba's accord transfers, releases of stored water to meet minimum flows are considered new water for transfer principles. Is that right?
That's correct, because that was part of the proposed package of the Yuba Accord.
And the Department of Water Resources agreed to this accounting as part of the accord?
They did, because Yuba was very clear that it would not be agreeing to these flows if they could not get the full package together of the transfer agreement, the fisheries agreement, and the conjunctive use agreements.
Thank you. And that transfer accounting was the basis for the state board approving the accord transfers in 2008, to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Yes, that is.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 720? Mr. Grinnell, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do. It's one of the emails that John James would send to State Board periodically in conformance with Term 2A to notify of the requirement to pursue the Narrows 2 extension.
And you were a recipient of this email, correct?
Yes, I am a recipient of those emails.
Do you see where it references YCWA's February 27, 2023 technical report?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that document is?
That is the Narrows 1, Narrows 2 intake extension report that was filed with FERC and also provided to the State Board as part of the AAR for FERC licensing.
Do you understand this email from State Board to say that they are considering the Narrows 2 intake in light of that technical report?
That's my understanding based on email.
Thank you. To the best of your knowledge, is this the most recent acknowledgement by State Board of Yuba's work under the Narrows 2 intake extension term?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 502? Mr. Grinnell, is this document, well, Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the first page after the cover letter? Maybe PDF page 3. Oh, PDF page 2. Mr. Grinnell, do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
What is this document?
This is the report detailing the analysis of intake extensions at either Narrows 1 or Narrows 2 to with regard to temperatures on the lower Yuba River.
Do you understand that this is the technical report referenced in the State Board email we just discussed?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 5? And can we please scroll down? I believe there's a heading concerning, there you go. Mr. Grinnell, can you please briefly explain what your findings were concerning any water temperature benefits that a Narrows 2 intake extension might have?
Specifically for Narrows 2, we found that the temperature reduction that would occur with a Narrows 2 intake extension, and I need to be very clear about something. The Narrows 2 intake extension project was just that, an extension of the intake. It was proposed as an extension of the intake into the lower levels of Englebright Reservoir. So extending the conduit that for water to enter the powerhouse down to a lower level with a thought of providing colder water. That simplified facility in our analysis shown to be very ineffective, that what would happen would be actually, it would be something as it proposed initially was to operate year round and would actually result in warmer temperatures in the summertime rather than colder temperatures. Then we also looked at the only periodic use of that by just opening, essentially utilizing it only for the summertime. And in that case, what we saw was a very dramatic and very quick, significant reduction in temperature for a very short amount of time, days, week or so. And then temperatures after that time period would come back and actually start to be warmer than they would have otherwise been without the intake extension. So then we had to move towards looking at mixed releases, which would require a TCD, a temperature control device, which would mix flows between upper and lower levels, because what we found was really the only temperature benefit was the very small cold water pool in Englebright that was formed from winter runoff. And then once that small amount of pool was utilized, then we would see warmer temperatures than otherwise would have occurred. So there had to be a very exacting mixture of releases between the lower level and an upper level. And that would still only last for a very short amount of time. And even those, the temperature benefits, that would be rather small, less than a degree, and only for a very short amount of time. If kind of the optimal pattern was used to release water through a TCD to specifically target the spring run spawning period of September and October. And then we further found that with further sedimentation, that those temperature benefits would even be for a shorter period of time, and would be even less. And so with that sedimentation, we would only be seeing, no more than about 14 days of less than a degree maximum over that, kind of increased and then decreased from zero and then back to zero again, with a maximum a little bit less than a degree over that time period. So very small amount of time and a rather small amount of temperature reduction. And so that's, from a temperature standpoint, was shown to be not very effective because of the limited cold water that would be available to the facility.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page on this, to the heading Englebright Reservoir Sedimentation? Thank you. Mr. Grinnell, can you explain how the issue of sedimentation in the reservoir contributed to your finding that the Narrows 2 intake extension would be infeasible?
Yes, the sedimentation of Englebright had started immediately with construction of the dam in the early 40s, and that's continuing today. The USGS did a study, a bathymetric study around 2001, and showed that there was a sedimentation rate of about just under 300 acre feet a year. Now remember that Englebright originally was only about 70,000 acre feet of total gross storage. And after that bathymetric survey was done, I believe the number was somewhere around 50-some thousand acre feet, with in the GeoSGS report indicated there was continued sedimentation and with an unknown rate going forward. And so that just diminishes the size of, not only diminishes the size of the pool, but also changes the configuration of Englebright. And so that sedimentation not only makes a smaller pool, but exacerbates the issue of providing cold water to the lower Yuba River from releases of Colgate Powerhouse.
Thank you. The last sentence in this paragraph, do you see that, given this timing? What is the offer of settlement referenced in this sentence?
Well, the offer of settlement is to use existing facilities to address what FERC requested, which is to address temperatures on the lower Yuba River. The offer of settlement involved 3 activities. One was to utilize the upper and lower intakes at New Bulls Bar, releases through Colgate Powerhouse, to use the upper intake of New Bulls Bar in the springtime and release warmer water when temperatures were not a concern for the lower Yuba River in the spring, as cold water was occurring. And then use the lower intake in the summertime when cold water was needed for New Bulls Bar. The second activity would be an activity by Yuba Water We did some experimentation in 2001, actual operations. We raised Englebright level and kept it up higher, effectively created a bigger cold water pool, not a huge amount, but enough to have some temperature benefit by releasing additional water out of Colgate than otherwise would occur, raising the storage, raising the amount of cold water in Englebright in the critical spring run spawning period of September, which we saw would provide a temperature benefit for that period of time, again, relatively short time of September into October. And then the third item was a release of water that was proposed by the upstream projects. We didn't say how that would be done, only the timing. Because upstream project releases in the summertime, we proposed that there would be a release by the additional release by the upstream project, 15,600 acre feet in April into early May timeframe at the latest, so that it would not affect lower Yuba temperatures at that time. And Yuba would operate to attempt to increase its storage by two mechanisms. Because these are dry and critical years, the Yuba generally is operating to minimum stream flows even in the springtime. And so releases down the middle Yuba River by NID from its Jackson Meadows Reservoir, bypasses at Milton, could be captured and diverted at the Our House diversion dam and diverted into Newbold's Bar and stored there for later reoperation. Or flows that went down the South Yuba River would increase the inflow to Englebright and to the lower Yuba River, using those flows for compliance with the flow requirements on the lower Yuba River and alleviating a storage release from Newbold's Bar, effectively backing up water into Newbold's Bar. And that would be done in the springtime, and then Yuba would release the water at the September and October timeframe to increase flows and colder water on the lower Yuba River at that time.
Hearing officer, I'm going to move to strike the testimony regarding the content of the offer of settlement. That is a document. Testimony regarding the content of the document is inappropriate.
I don't even know what that means. Overruled.
Mr. Grinnell, just for clarity, when you refer to the upstream projects relative to the offer of settlement, you're referring to Nevada Irrigation District's Yuba Bear project and PG&E's Drum Spalding project, correct?
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, Yuba's offer of settlement proposes no split of responsibility for flow releases between those projects. Is that correct?
That's correct. We only identified that the best time for temperatures management on the lower Yuba River would be that those releases would occur in the generally the April timeframe, but made no proposal or statements about how they should or might do that. We did model it, and we had to make some assumptions just so we could see what the benefits were, but we didn't propose any responsibility between the two.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit NID 9? And Mr. Grinnell, do you see this is the draft EIR produced by Yuba Water about which Mr. McClure asked you questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 233 and scroll down so we can see as much as possible of alternative 1. And thank you. Mr. Grinnell, just to confirm, is alternative 1 Yuba's offer of settlement that you just discussed?
Yes, it includes all of the FERC requirements from the FERC FEIS document that, for a new FERC license as well as the offer settlement elements.
And your technical analysis of the narrows to intake extension versus the offer settlement, which produced better temperature benefits for fish in the lower Yuba River?
Yeah, the combined three actions of the offer of settlement were significantly better at reducing temperatures at the targeted time frame, which is the spring run spawning and dry critical years, compared to the intake extensions.
To the best of your knowledge, is spring run Chinook salmon a species listed under the Federal Endangered Species Act?
Yes.
Did Yuba develop its offer of settlement in response to an additional information request by FERC?
Yes, it did.
Objection, relevance.
Go ahead, Mr. Becerra. What's the relevance of this line of questioning? I mean, we've heard a lot about this temperature stuff.
Sure. Mr. McClure asked a number of questions about this alternative, and we were attempting to provide background as to why it exists.
Okay, you can ask that question, and then let's move on. I've heard enough about lower Yuba River temperatures.
Mr. Grinnell, to the best of your knowledge, did Yuba develop its offer of settlement in response to an additional information request by FERC?
Yes, after exhaustive examination of lower Yuba River temperatures, what was needed to be enhanced beyond what the Yuba River Development Project already does for temperatures, and determined that it was dry and critical years, the spring run spawning period, and that's how it was developed.
And FERC has not yet issued a new license for Yuba's Yuba River Development Project. Is that right?
It is not.
And FERC has not issued a new license for Nevada Irrigation District's Yuba Bear Project, correct?
To my knowledge, it has not.
And FERC has not issued a new license for PG&E's Drum Spalding Project, correct?
To my knowledge, it is not.
At this time, is it possible to know whether Yuba would be required to bypass or not flows released from upstream under Yuba's offer settlement?
Objection calls for speculation, and to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, Mr. Grinnell, do you know what license terms FERC may adopt as a result of Yuba's offer for settlement?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained. Let's move on, Mr. Becerra.
That's the end of my redirect, Mr.
Oh, all right, very good. Does anyone have any recross within the limited scope of that redirect?
Nothing from NID.
And Mr. Schutz is shaking his head. All right, very good. Then Mr. Grinnell, thank you for your time this morning and this afternoon, and you are excused.
Thank you.
All right, where is Mr. Ruiz? There he is. That camera setup is so cool. Mr. Ruiz, are you ready to present your panel for direct?
I am. Maybe just give me 5 minutes. I've got one witness outside I'm going to bring in, and then I hope Mr. Burke receives the.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break while you get situated, and we'll be back at 1:41.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ruiz, what is the status of your witnesses?
Well, I have Mr. Wilson here with me. Mr. Burke is remote and he is trying to get in as a panelist. And I don't think I've frankly, done that in this proceeding in terms of somebody else who's not in the office besides myself. Does he need a invite from your team or?
He does. There should be a unique invite. Ms. Stolfus, let's see in my chat. Do we have an email address for Mr. Burke? I'm not sure I have one off the top of my head. Where should we send this, Mr. Reed?
Okay, let me get that really quick. Greg, do you have that?
An email invite?
No, for Tom's email address.
Oh, his email address. Yes, I do. Tom.
It's Tom at Hydrologic, HYDROLOGIC dash systems.com.
Tom at hydrologic-systems.com.
Yes.
Okay, tell him to keep an eye
Okay.
out for that. I mean, maybe we ought to take some time to get him situated. Tell you what, let's come back in. Well, here, let's come back at 2:00. We'll just take a longer break than usual. And then when we get back, hopefully Mr. Burke will have that email and we'll be all ready to proceed.
All right. Thank you.
All right. See you all at 2:00.
Hey Siri. Hey Siri.
All right, I know we have attempted to promote Mr. Burke to panelist. So Mr. Burke, you may have to click a button to come in here with the rest of us. There he is.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, I will administer the oath to both witnesses, and then we can start off with direct testimony. So starting with Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? No, we have
I do.
attempted to promote Mr. Burke to panelist. So Mr. Burke, you may have to. What? My voice is coming back at me. Okay, I'm going to log out, log back in, and we'll do this again. Sorry for all the confusion here.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, I will administer. Mr. Burke, you may have to. What? My voice is coming back at me. Okay, I'm going to.
We didn't get hacked again.
I heard that. Don't make a joke. Let me see if I can fix my audio here. All right, headset. Okay, Mr. Burke, let's try that one more time. Hopefully without interruptions from the robot version of me. So if you could raise your right hand, please. Mr. Burke, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You have to come off mute, Mr. Burke.
I do.
Thank you. We will get through this. Mr. Wilson, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Ruiz, as before, just please ask the witnesses to affirm their written testimony is true and correct with reference to their exhibit number. And then they can...
I will do so. Mr. Wilson, is SDWA 011 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Your right hand, please.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Excuse me, hearing officer Bivens, I'm still getting a feedback from you.
Hearing Officer Bivens, it appears that Mr. Burke has secondary audio going on in the background.
The testimony will give the hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay, Mr. Burke, go on mute for 1 second. Where did he go? So yeah, if you can only have, he must be logging out and back in. In any event, I'm not sure why it's the feedback is from my voice. Mr. Wooldridge.
I think Mr. Burke had YouTube on. That's why we were getting the 10, 15 second delay or so, and then we closed it.
Thank you for that. All right. That makes sense.
I think I had YouTube going at the same time I had the Zoom meeting going, and I think that's where we were getting the feedback.
Yeah, Mr. Wooldridge just suggested that might be the case. Okay. Hopefully we will not hear from me twice. I know once is bad enough. So as soon as Mr. Becerra is back, good. Okay. Then Mr. Ruiz, hopefully that will be the last interruption, and you may proceed.
Okay. I'll just do it again to be safe. So, Mr. Wilson, is STWA 011 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and Mr. Burke, is STWA 020 I'll get back to that. A true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Burke, is SDWA 022 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation and your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And before we begin with the summary of testimony, Mr. Wilson, do you have any changes to your testimony you'd like to call attention to?
Yes. On page 4, the line between 3 and 4, the reference should be to sections D, 2D, and then add 3 I's and the word and, so that it refers to the section with 3 I's and the section V.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Burke, do you have any changes to your written testimony?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wilson, will you please present your testimony at this time?
Sure. Good afternoon, Senior Hearing Officer Bivens and members of the hearing staff. My name is Gregory Wilson, and I am the principal at Wilson Water Resources. My presentation is short today, and I will be using pages from my written testimony as slides. Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up SDWA-011, page 2? And then scroll down just a little bit. Perfect. So my testimony is in rebuttal to some very specific points made by Mr. Aaron Miller in his direct testimony in this matter. First, that the exceedances at Old are beyond the control of DWR's operations and not related to the rediversion of Yuba transfer water, and that this rediversion of Yuba water has negligible impact to water quality in the South Delta, and that it doesn't affect or impact DWR's ability to comply with obligations to meet water quality objectives in the Delta. And so to address those points, first, regarding the fact of whether the exceedances are beyond the control of DWR, I'd like to call attention to the summer of 2021. And during this summer, starting on May 10th, the Bureau of Reclamation released water from New Melones Reservoir from, as I said, May 10th through about mid-August. And my exhibit SDWA 012 shows the EC at Old during this period. And what this table shows is a very dramatic improvement in water quality coinciding with the increase in flow in the San Joaquin River. And so in summary, to that point, there are certainly actions that can be taken to improve the EC at Old. Then the increase of flow to the San Joaquin River can be achieved either directly through the coordinated operations of the Bureau and the Department of Water Resources, or indirectly through modifications of existing exchanges that already occur south of the Delta that could be modified to allow for additional flow in the San Joaquin River during periods of exceedance. So finally, I wanted to point out that Public Law 108-361 requires the Bureau of Reclamation to develop a program to meet standards and pursue opportunities to acquire water through either purchase it through exchanges or purchases of new water from willing sellers. And so there are on the books laws and plans that are intended to address the increase of flow to the San Joaquin River. Additionally, Public Law 108-361 addresses a recirculation program, whereby water from the Delta Mendota Canal is recirculated back to the San Joaquin River. So, as I said in summary, these laws exist, and the increase of flow to the San Joaquin River is to meet these standards is something that is, real and has happened. So now I'd like to talk about whether the rediversion of Yuba water at Banks has negligible impact to water quality in the South Delta. And so, Ms. Mullen, can you please scroll to page 5? Thank you, and you can go down just a little bit. Now, in order to evaluate the impacts of the Yuba transfer on exceedance at Old, additional DSM-2 modeling was performed by myself and Mr. Tom Burke. We used DSM-2 version 8.2.2 with the 2022 input file. The run that we did was from January 1st, 2019 through December 30th, 2021. And this run was a baseline case that's just the published data. And this we use as our with transfer case. Now, from the daily pumping data, I took Yuba rediversion data that they had reported to the State Water Board and subtracted that data on a daily basis from the actual pumping at either Jones or Banks pumping plant. We use this case as the without transfer case. So when we ran DSM-2 with the without transfer case, we then compared the EC at Old between the two cases, and this plot shows the EC at Old, and this is modeled, of course, with the without transfer case subtracted from, or the with transfer case subtracted from the without transfer case. So as you can see, the results here in figure 1 show modeled increases up to about 1.5 microsiemens or 15 microsiemens per centimeter during late August 2020. And this increase represents about 2.5% of the total EC modeled for this period. And now we can scroll down to page 6, please. And this plot shows the 2021 Yuba transfer. And again, the increases of up to about 10 microsiemens per centimeter during September of 2021. And this increase also represents about 2.5% of the total EC modeled for this period. Now, I'd like to note a couple of things is that DSM-2 underpredicts the EC at Old. And so the actual increases are likely higher and thus, are significant and translate to injury to other legal users of water. And I also want to point out that this analysis just shows the water transfers in 2020 and 2021. The annual rediversion volumes of these water transfers were 70 and 80,000 acre feet approximately each year, and are much less than the requested annual transfer volume of 200,000 acre feet. Additionally, the rediversion rates in 2020 and 2021 were also much less than the requested maximum rediversion rate of 1,500 CFS. So thus, if YWA were to redivert water at higher rates than those analyzed above, it follows that additional increases in EC higher than the modeled 2.5% would result. And so, again, I want in summary, I think our analysis shows the kind of impacts that the Yuba transfer has on water quality at Old. And then finally, I'd like to address Mr. Miller's testimony, and that it appears to be at least partially premised on the suggestion that absent the operation of the SWP and CVP, Yuba River water and then Sacramento River water does not reach the South Delta channels, including at Old, particularly during the period from late January to early March. Now, Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up SDWA 016 PDF page 16? I'm sorry, I have the wrong reference. Did I?
What are you looking for?
I'm sorry. I don't have it.
Okay.
I must have one. You can pull this down. Just in summary, the San Joaquin flow in the San Joaquin River can be very small, and so as it enters the delta, it is not enough to maintain the consumptive use and evapotranspiration of habitat that are used within the delta. And thus some water must be coming from somewhere to replace the water that's diverted and used, and therefore, otherwise the channels would be dry in the summer. And so, in summary,
hang on a second, Mr. Wilson, hang on a second. Mr. Becerra.
Yeah, I'm going to object to Mr. Wilson's description of water being physically present from the Sacramento River and South Delta. He has provided no data whatsoever for this. It's just strictly an opinion, and even experts cannot give pure opinions.
The DCP stuff.
Mr. Reese, would you like to respond? I think the major issue here is this reference on page 8 of Mr. Wilson's testimony to DCP modeling that's contained in, or states in the testimony that it's contained in SDWA 16. SDWA 16 is clearly not any modeling data. I had sort of assumed that you guys were going to correct that issue and figure out what the right exhibit was. So what's your response to Mr. Becerra's objection?
Well, I think at this point, Mr. Wilson is just, summarizing his testimony. But if Mr. Wilson has there's some sort of miscommunication in terms of the exhibit for DCP that he's referring to, maybe he can clear that up. Do you know?
There is an additional document that's an exhibit in the DCP proceeding that shows the source water percent of where water at Jones pumping plant comes from. So what percent comes from the San Joaquin River, what percent comes from the Sacramento River, and what percent comes from in-delta sources. And so I was using that intended to use that document to show that Sacramento River water does indeed reach the pumps and the South Delta during
right, but the problem is that you haven't done that.
Submit it, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Becerra, I'm going to grant your motion to strike that, and then we will deal with paragraph 10 of the written testimony.
If I could jump in, I'm not sure that I can contribute at this point, but one of the things that we looked at when we were evaluating the ability for San Joaquin River to come into the South Delta is look at how much water is coming in through, I'm sorry, the Sacramento River. We were looking at how much water is coming into the South Delta from the San Joaquin River and how much water is being used in the South Delta through consumptive use. There's
Mr.
more
Bivens,
water being used
Hold
in
on,
consumptive
Mr.
use.
Tom, let's wait till your testimony, okay? We'll let you
Yeah.
summarize your testimony.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Burke, I appreciate your efforts to be helpful. I mean, the issue here is that we, don't have any supporting data for this opinion in the record, and that's one, not fair to the other parties, and two, it violates the hearing notice and the rules of evidence. So, I'm going to grant Mr. Becerra's motion to strike that last portion of Mr. Wilson's oral direct testimony. We will deal with paragraph 10 of the written testimony when we deal with moving things into evidence. And let's move on.
And that would have concluded my summary.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Burke?
Hi.
Can you please summarize your testimony now based on STWA 022?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Tom Burke. I'm with Hydrologic Systems. I'm a civil/water resources engineer. I've got over 40 years of experience in different projects across the country. And I've been working on the San Joaquin Sacramento River Delta for about the last 15 to 20 years. What I've done through this project is I've looked at the testimony of Mr. Aaron Miller, his testimony in DWR 01, and there's two positions that he stated in his paper that I'm not able to agree with, and I'd like to be able to discuss my opposition to what he has said in those two statements. The first one is that their rediversion of Yuba water through the exports in the South Delta will have an incremental decrease in water levels in the South Delta. We agree with that incremental decrease. But he's also saying that it doesn't really matter because they're covered by the water level response plan, which protects the water levels in the South Delta. And my position is the water level response plan truly isn't protective of water levels in the South Delta. At one time it was when it was first put together back in 2004, but because of the change in hydrodynamics to the South Delta and flow patterns and siltation, it no longer provides the protection that it was originally intended to do. The second element that I'd like to address is
Tom, Mr. Burke, what slide are you referring to as you go through? Can you?
Oh, okay. Just go to the next slide, please. Page 2. Actually, I was just kind of giving an overall summary before I go to this particular slide, but this is a good thing to look at while I'm talking. The second element that I'd like to address is his statement that the control of salinity at the Old River at Tracy OLD station is beyond the control of either the CVP or the SWP projects. And I believe that that's not correct, that there are options available to the projects that they can implement to try to control what that water or that salinity level is. Although no studies have been conducted to evaluate that, but there is available data in DWR's own database that shows that there is a direct relationship at certain times of the year between the flow in San Joaquin River and the salinity level that we see at OLD. So for the first element that I'd like to address is whether or not the existing water level response plan truly protects the water levels from the incremental lowering that is going to occur or that does occur from the Yuba rediversions. It was developed for a different set of hydrologic conditions in the Delta. The channels were much deeper, and it had much larger flows in most of the channels than what we see today. The water level response plan was originally intended to protect the water level that you see in the channel. And when the water level drops below a certain point, it then becomes problematic for people to irrigate for beneficial use within the South Delta. But we're saying that dropping that water level is the same thing as raising the bottom of the channel. And what we've been able to observe over the last 10 years is the bottom of the channel is gradually becoming higher and higher. In some places, removing 50% of the flow area in the channel. Now, I believe that makes the water level response plan inadequate to protect the water level if the water flow below that level no longer exists as it did when the water level response plan was implemented. Second thing is we requested help from DWR to address some of the areas where the water level has dropped to a point at which irrigators could no longer irrigate their crops or are having to limit the amount of irrigation water they're able to collect to try to irrigate their crops. For a long time, DWR has supplied pumps to irrigators to help assist in their irrigation when water levels have dropped below a certain point. We're no longer able to get that type of support from DWR. Next slide, please.
Before we move on, Mr. Sutherland.
Yeah, the testimony that Mr. Bird just stated about DWR providing pumps, I'm not certain that's in his written testimony. I believe that's beyond what he presented in his written testimony, so I move to strike that.
That's true. I didn't mention pumps directly, just assistance from DWR, as I wrote it in my testimony.
Okay, we will strike the specific reference to pumps, and the reference to general assistance can remain. All right, Mr. Burt, carry on.
But the water level response plan does call for DWR to provide pumps or dredging of certain areas to assist in the irrigation for farmers that are seeing water level problems. The water level response plan was developed in 2004 to protect local water users from the impacts from excess diversions, either from JPOC or rediversion of water through the export facilities in the South Delta. Next slide, please. The first thing we wanted to do was to evaluate, are these rediversions of Yuba water causing any problem to water level in the South Delta? So what we did was to take DWR's own DSM-2 model, and we ran that model as a base condition. As Greg had mentioned earlier, it was version 8.2.2. This is an unmodified version of the model that we got directly from DWR. We then took that same model and we removed the Yuba diversions from the exports that are within the DSM-2 model. Just a clean subtraction day by day for each day that there was a rediversion of Yuba water, and then reran the model. And then we wanted to look at the difference between the stage at Old River at Tracy for the with diversion and the without diversion conditions or scenarios. And what we found that with the Yuba rediversions as exports, we saw a decrease in the water level at the Old River at Tracy, ranging from about 0.05, sometimes reaching as much as 0.1 in the water year 2020. And so there's not a huge decrease in water level, but is an incremental decrease in water level. And just yet another incremental decrease in water level from the many projects that have been implemented over the years. And so these incremental decreases in water level add up over time and are causing problems to farmers in the Central Delta and the South Delta. We did the same type of analysis for water year 2020 and water year 2022, or 2021 rather. Next slide, please. This is that same type of analysis, looking at the difference in the DSM-2 model results for the stage at Old River at Tracy compliance point for the with Yuba rediversions as exports and the without Yuba rediversions as exports. On the y-axis, we have the change in stage, and on the x-axis, we have the date going from July of 2021 to October of 2021. And as you can see, again, like we did in 2020, we have a reduction in water level along that area when the rediversions were occurring. And again, that's a small incremental change in stage, but the water level response plan addresses small incremental changes in stage that could be problematic to water users in the Delta. And given the problems that water users in the Delta have been having, this is just another reduction in stage for an area that's already problematic. Next slide, please. What we wanted to do also was to take a look at the conditions that existed in 2004 when the water level response plan was developed and compare that to the conditions today that we see in the South Delta. We chose Old River as an example river to try to plot up to see as a representative sample of what the different rivers in the South Delta would look like. And what we did is we plotted up the channel bottom in Old River for the 2017-2018 period and compared that to the channel bathymetry that we saw in 2023. And the channel bottom in 2023 is shown by this brown line on the plot, and the channel bottom in 2017 and 2018 is shown by the green line on this plot. And all of this bathymetry data has been provided in SDWA 023, even though all of this data is DWR's own data. So we're just using DWR's data to evaluate the change in bathymetry for the two different periods. And what we saw was rather remarkable, that we're seeing anywhere from a 3 to 5 foot difference in bottom elevation over this 2017 to 2023 period. And what that does, as the channel bottom comes up, it reduces the flow area in the channel, reducing the flow that you get within the channel and reducing the space between the water surface and the channel bottom that are available for intake pumps that irrigators are using along the river to be able to pull out water. As the bottom comes up, they have to raise their pumps so they don't get silt into their pumps. And when they raise their pumps up, they're getting close to the water surface and they start drawing air down into their pumps, causing cavitation, which becomes a real problem over time as they're trying to irrigate. And on top of this plot, we looked at two other things. One is we wanted to look at what is the actual water level response plan level that is stated in the water level response plan that was developed in 2004. And it's kind of hard to see on this plot, but it's the blue dashed line that you see plotted on here. That's what's called the water level of concern, as indicated in the water level response plan. It was set in 2004 as 0 mean sea level, which is now converts to about 3.3 feet NAVD. And on top of that, we plotted up the low tide level going along the river bottom from Clifton Court Forebay on up to the confluence with the San Joaquin River. Is 0 on this x-axis reflects the bathymetry at Clifton Court Forebay, whereas at the right side of the graph, it represents the confluence with Old River, or with San Joaquin River at the upper end of Old River. And so you can see that the level of response from the water level response plan, which was 0 in mean sea level, almost corresponds with the lower tide level that we're seeing today. And in some areas, the low tide level, especially at the lower area of Old River, is actually below the water level response level of concern, which means DWR needs to be addressing that water level at this point if they're to follow the guidelines specified within the water level response plan. Next slide, please. This is a slide I put together to evaluate whether or not the San Joaquin River can have any influence on the salinity that we see at Old River. Both CVP and SWP are claiming that they have no ability to influence what the salinity level would be at that location. But in certain periods, in certain years, we see a direct relationship between salinity at Old River and the flow within the San Joaquin River. So what I did was plot up, taking DWR's own data from their CDEC database, and I plotted up the data from 2020 to 2021. And I wanted to look at what that water level or the flow level looked like. And if you look at this plot, you see we've got the salinity level on the y-axis on the left side and a flow level in CFS on the right side. And the red line that we see here is the flow at Vernalis. And it should be read off of the right axis, the vertical right axis, to determine what the flow level is. And then the green line is the salinity at Vernalis. And that should be read off of the left vertical axis that shows you the salinity in microsiemens per centimeter. And then the blue line that we have on top of all that is the salinity level that we see at OLD, the compliance point at Tracy. And what we noticed right off the bat when we looked at this was every time the flow came up at Vernalis, the salinity level went down at Old River at Tracy. It's not a one-to-one relationship, but there's definitely a cause and effect or a correlation between the two. You can look at early on after October of 2020, and you can see there's 3 spikes there in the red line showing an increase in flow in the San Joaquin River, and immediately the salinity level at Old River drops. And as the flow level goes down in the San Joaquin River, the salinity level at OLD jumps right back up again over 1,000. As you go across the graph from left to right, as you progress through the 2021 water year, you can see that same response occurring many times. And then finally, near the summer period, from around July through the middle of September, you can see that the flow level in the San Joaquin River comes up again, and immediately the salinity level at Old River at Tracy drops down. So to us, this shows that there is a relationship between there. And if you look at the vertical axis on the right-hand side that shows the flow in Vernalis, we're not talking about huge increases in flow. This is a rather small increase of 500 to 1,000 CFS, but it's having a remarkable decrease in the salinity level at Old River. And what we're thinking that is this has never been evaluated by the projects, but with this kind of data available, I think it's something that shows that they do have a tool that they can use to lower the salinity level at OLD, but they're just not using it. Now you can see the same response on other years. We looked at about 7 different years. We saw no need to plot all of them up, but that same response between increase in flow in San Joaquin and the decrease in salinity at Old River showed up in almost every single plot that we looked at. It's, of course, it's not a cure-all. It's not saying that, suddenly problems at Old River are going to go away. But I think you can find that during certain times when we do have problematic salinity levels at Old River, I think changes in flow in San Joaquin River should be evaluated. And I think it's something that's important that needs to be looked at in terms of the operation of the model altogether if the projects are trying to comply with their environmental requirements, especially for D1641. Next slide, please. And just in summary from my testimony is the rediversion of the Yuba water will result in an incremental decrease in water level in the South Delta. And I think we've been able to show that by looking at DWR's own DSM-2 model with and without Yuba diversions to show that the water level is decreasing. And also the water level response plan does not adequately address the water level issues in the Delta because the water level itself is only decreasing a small amount, an incremental amount, but the water level response plan calls out the incremental decrease in water level within the Delta channels within projects. But the problematic area here is the channel bottom is coming up significantly, creating a much more precarious situation for being able to utilize the water in the South Delta for beneficial use. And 3, an increase in the exports from this diversion will contribute to an increase in the salinity level at Old River Tracy at compliance point. I think you're able to see in Greg's plots, he was showing using the same DSM-2 model that we provided in our exhibits that the salinity level varies a little bit. Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down, but it has a net increase of increasing the salinity during those periods when you have rediversions of Yuba water. And finally, DWR and the BOR have the ability to manage the salinity level at Old River at Tracy with better management and the control of the flow on the San Joaquin River. It's something that needs to be investigated. It looks like it could be a very strong tool for managing salinity at Old River, but yet that's never been looked at.
Mr. Becerra.
Yes, Mr. Bivens, I'm going to move to strike Mr. Burke's statement that the figures in the testimony show a net increase in salinity at the Old River Station. I don't believe there's any analysis showing any net figures. There's just variations. It's beyond the scope of his testimony and not supported by the data.
Okay, Mr. Burke, where?
I believe that was included with Mr. Wilson's summary, that there was a net increase of around 2.5% in salinity during that period. But correct me if I'm wrong, Greg.
It's not a net increase. It's just there are periods of increase.
Okay, we will strike the, thank you for that clarification. We'll strike the reference to net increase. Okay, Mr. Burke, I have a question, and it's probably gonna sound kind of dumb, and thankfully you forestalled my other dumb question about the channel bottom coming up and why that's a problem for taking water out. So I appreciate that. But I guess, from a very simplistic layman's perspective, it seems to me that with the transfers, we're talking about releases of stored water plus some, additional carriage water that's being released down in the delta to meet requirements. What's the physical mechanism that causes the rediversion of that stored water to decrease water levels? Because it would just seem very conceptually to me that if you're adding new water to the system plus some extra water for carriage water, that you wouldn't have a net decrease or an incremental decrease in water level.
The problem is when they're increasing exports to either the banks or Jones plant, they're pulling from not only Old River coming from north to south, pulling in the San Joaquin River, but they're also pulling in Old River going from east to west. So they're drawing from both sources. And as they draw on Old River going from east to west, they're pulling the water level down as they pull that water in because it's not being replaced as fast through the flow in from San Joaquin River.
Okay, so the pumps basically divert the water faster than it can come into the system.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, I guess you probably can't operate those pumps too granularly. Okay, that's helpful. All right, that concludes your presentation, Mr. Burke?
It does.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Becerra, are you ready for cross?
I am.
All right, floor is yours.
Ms. Mull, can we please pull up Mr. Wilson's rebuttal testimony in exhibit SDWA-011? And Mr. Wilson, while Ms. Mullen's doing that, throughout my cross-examination, I'll refer to electrical conductivity as EC. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And Mr. Burke, you understand that?
I do.
And I'll also refer to the Old River at Tracy compliance point for EC as old. Do you understand that, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And do you understand that, Mr. Burke?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, in this exhibit, can we please go to the bottom of page 2 and paragraph 5? Thank you. And Mr. Wilson, in paragraphs 5 and 6 of your testimony, you discussed how the Bureau of Reclamation in 2021 released flows from New Melones Reservoir, correct?
Yes.
And New Melones Reservoir is on the Stanislaus River, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Burke, and you have similar testimony about the Bureau's operations of New Melones in 2021, is that right?
I didn't address the source of the water, only the impact that additional water in San Joaquin River would have.
Do you know where that additional water came from in 2021?
My understanding is that it came from New Melones, but I did not evaluate that.
But your understanding is Reclamation released more water in 2021 down the Stanislaus, right?
That's what I understand to be true, correct.
And that was the basis of your analysis in your testimony?
The basis of my analysis was just the pure data collected at the Vernalis gauging station compared to the data collected at the OLD gauging station and evaluating the relationship between that data.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Wilson, it's your opinion that Reclamation's releases from New Melones in 2021 improved water quality at the old station, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Burke, you state the same opinion?
My opinion is that additional water in the San Joaquin River will improve the water condition, can improve water quality conditions at OLD, regardless of what the source of that water might be.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to paragraph 6 in exhibit SDWA-001? And Mr. Wilson, in this paragraph, you state the opinion that Department of Water Resources can arrange for higher releases from New Melones. Is that right?
I state that the Department of Water Resources and the Bureau of Reclamation have a coordinated operations agreement and operate in coordination to meet the Delta standards.
Is the coordinated operations agreement the only mechanism that DWR has to affect New Melones operations in any way?
Yes, that's.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Mr. Burke's testimony in SDW 820? And go to page 6 and paragraph 10. And Mr. Burke, in this paragraph, you use the acronym BOR. Is that right?
Let me see. Yes, I see down on line 25.
Yes. Do you see the acronym BOR?
I do.
What do you mean by the acronym BOR?
I refer that's to the Bureau of Reclamation.
And in that sentence between lines 24 through 27, are you referring to DWR and Reclamation cooperating to operate New Melones?
I'm looking at DWR and BOR together to operate the projects that New Melones is one component of, but there are many components and there are many sources of water that can be used. But the two organizations, from what I understand, operate the projects together and are required together to meet the regulatory requirements.
Do you have any opinion about what operations by Bureau of Reclamation could actually improve conditions at the old station?
I think that the Bureau of Reclamation, if it wanted to act independently, if they wanted to release water, more additional water to the San Joaquin River, could impact salinity levels in Old River.
And from what facility would Reclamation do that?
I'm not at a position where I can say what facility they can or should use, just that additional water in San Joaquin River, regardless of whether that source be from a reservoir, from water users along the river, or transferred across from the San Luis Reservoir, where that water might come from, in my analysis, was almost immaterial. What was important in my analysis was that additional water in the San Joaquin River can have a dramatic effect on the salinity in Old River.
Is it fair to say you don't know what facilities the Bureau could operate to release water into the San Joaquin River to improve water quality at the old station?
That was not part of my testimony.
Do you agree with Mr. Wilson that the coordinated operations agreement is the only way DWR could influence Reclamation's operation of those facilities?
I don't know about the political or project agreements they may have and whether or not they can influence how the BOR responds, but I know that they are both jointly responsible for meeting the water quality objectives as specified in D1641.
Is it fair to say you don't know by what mechanism DWR could influence Reclamation's operations to improve water quality at the old station?
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. Is it fair to say that you don't know by what mechanism DWR could influence Reclamation to operate to improve water quality at the old station?
No, I'm not familiar with their administrative relationship and how they affect or impact each other, but I do know they need to work together in order to meet the water quality requirements that the projects as a whole are required to meet.
So in the sentence on lines 24 through 27, are you relying entirely on Mr. Wilson's testimony to make that statement?
No, because I know that both BOR and DWR have water available that they could release into the San Joaquin River. Whether one or both or either or jointly can distribute water into the San Joaquin River to impact salinity is something they need to decide amongst themselves in operations of the project.
Mr. Burke, I believe you just stated you don't know from what facilities Reclamation could do that. Is that accurate?
No, I think almost any facility that releases water into the San Joaquin River will improve water conditions in Old River if done at the correct time.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wilson, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit SDWA 015? Mr. Wilson, is this the coordinated operations agreement to which you referred a minute ago?
Yes.
Mr. Burke, do you have any familiarity with this document?
No, I don't.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 5? Oh, I'm sorry. We need to go up a few pages. I think we're looking for essentially the page that says who the parties are. I apologize. I got my PDF pages wrong. There we go. And so we're now on PDF page 1. Mr. Wilson, this is an agreement between the United States of America and the Department of Water Resources, correct?
Yes.
Yuba County Water Agency is not one of those parties, correct?
Correct.
Yuba County Water Agency has no ability to do anything under this agreement. Is that right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say Yuba County Water Agency has no ability to exercise any control over New Melones Reservoir?
No, I think that you should be noted that Bureau of Reclamation, USBR contractors receive Yuba's water. And so those contractors, Yuba is not acting independently. The parties that they sell that water to certainly have the ability to influence the Bureau of Reclamation's operations.
Does Yuba County Water Agency own New Melones Reservoir? To the best of your knowledge?
No.
Does Yuba County Water Agency operate New Melones Reservoir to the best of your knowledge?
No.
Does the United States own and operate New Melones Reservoir?
As best to my knowledge. Sorry.
To the best of your knowledge, does Yuba County Water Agency have any agreements with the Bureau of Reclamation that would give it any control over New Melones Reservoir?
I'm not aware of any.
Is it fair to say Yuba County Water Agency has no ability to influence Reclamation's operation of New Melones Reservoir to provide more water down the San Joaquin River?
Well, as I said, Yuba County Water Agency is selling water to U.S. Bureau of Reclamation contractors. If those contractors want to receive the water, then if there are requirements to receive that water that involve New Melones water, I'm sure that they can evaluate and have influence on those decisions.
Have you provided any documents that indicate anything to support your last answer?
No, that's just
Thank
based
you.
on my.
Can we please pull up exhibit SDWA 018B? And Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 6? And can we scroll down so we can see the whole map? Thank you. Mr. Wilson, do you see New Melones Reservoir identified as New Melones Lake on this page?
Yes.
And Mr. Burke, do you see that?
I do.
And Mr. Wilson, do you see New Melones is on the Stanislaus River?
Was that for me or Mr. Burke? I'm
sorry, you, Mr. Wilson.
Yes.
And Mr. Burke, you also see that New Melones is on the Stanislaus River?
I see how it's indicated, yes.
As shown on this page, the Stanislaus River is a tributary to the San Joaquin River, correct, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And would you agree, Mr. Burke?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Wilson, you submitted this exhibit, is that right?
Yes.
It's not possible to see the Yuba River on this exhibit, is that correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burke, you don't see the Yuba River on this exhibit either, do you?
No, we don't.
And Mr. Wilson, the Yuba River is a tributary to the Sacramento River, is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Burke, do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Wilson, Yuba County Water Agency's release of accord flows to the Yuba River cannot affect conditions on the Stanislaus River, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Burke, do you agree with that?
Would you repeat that, please?
Sure. Yuba County Water Agency's release of accord water to the Yuba River cannot affect operations on the Stanislaus River, correct?
It's kind of a complex answer, but the release of Yuba water for rediversion is accepted by DWR at their pumps. And once they accept it, they accept responsibility for the impacts that it may have on water levels or water quality within the South Delta. And so since DWR is accepting the responsibility of those impacts, they may in turn, in an attempt to try to mitigate those impacts, affect the flow that's on the Stanislaus River or the San Joaquin River in their joint coordination and conduct of the projects. Did that make sense, or did I get too far afield?
Move to strike is non-responsive.
Overruled.
Mr. Burke, does any water that Yuba County Water Agency releases down the Yuba River end up in the Stanislaus River?
No, it doesn't.
Thank you. Can we please pull up exhibit SDWA 020 and go to page 7. And Mr. Burke, do you see your figure 4?
I do.
What, in your opinion, what accounts for the change in salinity shown in figure 4?
Probably two components to that change in salinity. One is an increase in flow on the San Joaquin River, and two would be a low salinity level of the flow within the San Joaquin River. Those are the two main ones that come out from this plot, but I should emphasize that this is only looking at two components. To really evaluate this whole scenario completely and accurately, you need to look at a model for the whole delta. This is just showing that a potential exists and a strong one from the response that we're seeing, but this is not painting the full picture of what's happening in the delta.
Is the driver for these changes in salinity releases from New Melones Reservoir?
I couldn't say. I didn't look at the source of water going into the San Joaquin River, only the fact that the flow in the San Joaquin River changed from discharge from one flow or another. I've heard anecdotally from people talking about it that water came from New Melones, but that isn't necessarily what the focus of my analysis was.
Is it fair to say you don't know what the cause in these changes in salinity was?
No, I can say pretty strongly that it was the change in salinity that we saw in OLD for this period was due to changes in flow and salinity in the San Joaquin River.
And no flows from the Yuba River run down the San Joaquin River, correct?
No, no.
Thank you. Okay, can we please go to page 2 of this exhibit and paragraph 4? And Mr. Burke, beginning at paragraph 4 and then through paragraph 8, you state your testimony about South Delta water levels. Is that right?
About South Delta water level?
Yes.
That's correct.
And those paragraphs include figures 1 through 3. Is that right?
I believe 1 through 3 is all in that same address. Yeah, it is.
Are you using the old monitoring station as the location for measuring changes in the channel of Old River?
We're looking at a location that's close to Old. I don't know if it's exactly on the location where the gauge is located, but it's probably within 50 or 100 feet of that.
Okay. So, Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down a page and see lines 7 through 10? So, Mr. Burke, on these lines 7 through 10, we're referring to a monitoring station that's within 100 or 50 feet of the old station. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to so we can see all of figure 1? So what is this figure showing the old station?
Showing the approximate location of the old station with that one black vertical line near the center of the graph. And I think it says Tracy compliance point.
Okay, so Tracy compliance point on this figure is the old station. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So then the whole rest of the graph is distances upstream and downstream of that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I'm looking at this correctly, it's the distance is 0 feet to 100,000 feet. Is that right on the x-axis?
Roughly like 100, 120, 110,000, something like that.
And so that number of feet's roughly 19 to 20 miles. Is that right?
I can't do the math in my head, but I'll take your word for it if you've done that.
I mean, 5,280 feet per mile.
Yeah.
100,000 feet, roughly 19 miles. That
Okay.
sounds about right. So your figure here claims to be depicting the channel bottom across 19 miles of old river. Is that right?
That's correct.
You've provided no data for this bathymetry, have you?
Yes, I have.
And where would we find that?
That's in SDWA 023.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit SDWA 023?
And that may be challenging for Ms. Mullen to do. As I understand it, SDWA 23 is a zip folder with, how do you pronounce, bathymetric?
Yeah.
Bathymetric data, bathymetry, bathymetric data.
It's bathymetric data that's been zipped up for several different periods. And to view that, you would need to bring it into a GIS program to look at the bathymetric data because it's thousands and thousands of points spread out over the whole length of the old river.
And Mr. Bivens, at that point, I'm going to move to exclude paragraphs. Make sure I've got the right document here. Paragraphs 6 and 7 and figure 1 of Mr. Burke's testimony. It's impossible to tell from what he has submitted where this data that is the basis for his opinions about water levels comes from.
It's actually DWR data. I use the DWR's own data, their own bathymetric data.
Hang on one second. Mr. Burke, give me a second. I'm gonna look at, I need to figure out what happened to your, and why my PDF reader zonks out every time I have a bunch of tabs open. So one moment, please. All right. Which paragraphs again, please, Mr. Becerra?
I guess it's 5, 6, and 7 and figure 1.
5, 6, and 7 and figure 1. And what's the basis of your objection?
It is improper expert opinion. You cannot determine the basis for it. The basis has not been provided in the testimony or the exhibits. We have a zip file full of folders that it's impossible to understand.
Well,
I'm not sure how else I could present
hang
that.
on, Mr. Burke. Hang on, Mr. Burke. Let me let me think through this here. I mean,
And Mr. Bivens, we can reserve this for evidentiary motions, but I needed to bring out on cross the basis for this figure 1.
No, I appreciate that it's challenging to open files in a Zoom platform when you need a GIS program to do it. On the other hand, he has provided the data on which he relied. I mean, I can't open this up either, but I imagine it's fairly extensive, and I also imagine that Mr. Grinnell was capable of getting this open and taking a look.
I don't know whether that's the case or not.
Well,
this is bathymetric data.
Mr. Reeves, do you want to respond to Mr. Pizarro's objection now?
I think that the bathymetric data was provided, whether it's difficult or complex to open or not, it's provided. And I think in further questioning, Mr. Burke would indicate where it came from, the fact that it came from DWR's own data, and the fact that it may be difficult to open in this format, I don't think means it's to be grounds for exclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. He's provided the data. It is challenging to figure out what we're going to do about that. So, Mr. Soderlund, go ahead.
Presents the difficulty of you can take those data and you can run it in a GIS, but how do you set the foundation on a Zoom platform to cross-examine Mr. Burke on it?
Well, I agree that is a challenge, Mr. Soderlund. That's what I was driving at, and I'm going to have to think about what I want to do with that. So, Mr. Becerra, your objection is noted. Whether we deal with it through exclusion or some other means, I'm going to reserve ruling on. But your objection is certainly preserved, and I understand the difficulty. So, with that, I'll reserve ruling, and please continue with your cross-examination.
I would just add, if there's a moment at some point, I don't know how far Mr. Becerra has left, but just for a facilities break at some point sooner than later would be appreciated.
This would be a good time for a facility.
Okay. Yes, let's do that. Let's take 5 minutes, and we'll come back at 3:12.
Thank you.
All right, where is Mr. Burke? Mr. Becerra, I'm gonna exercise my prerogative to interject with a couple of questions here before you move on. So, Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up Mr. Burke's testimony, SDWA 20, PDF page 3, please. Okay, so Mr. Burke, in this figure 1, let's scroll down a bit there, please, Ms. Mullen. In this figure 1, how did you generate the red and green lines with the data that you provided in SDWA 23?
Okay. The data that we provided is a mesh of elevation points, the bathymetric data, and it covers the whole river channel from the upstream to downstream ends. So we created a center line, just a single line that went down the center of the old river channel. And wherever that center line hit one of the elevation points, it assigned the elevation to that location along the center line. And it went down through the whole river from, upstream to downstream. And wherever it hit a point, a bathymetric point, it adopted that bathymetric elevation at the point along that center line. So it's kind of like you're moving the point upward from the bottom until it attaches to that line. So the line now becomes a representation of what the bathymetry looks like along the center of the channel from the upstream to downstream locations.
Okay, and then how was that bathymetric data generated?
It's a function within ArcView that allows you to transfer the bathymetry, which is like a grid, onto a line that's superimposed upon that grid.
Okay, and if an independent expert, like let's say one of the engineers on my staff, wanted to evaluate your conclusions using that data, what would they need to do?
They would need to go ahead and import the bathymetric data into ArcView or whatever GIS program they might want to use. And then they'd have to draw a center line down the center of the old river channel and then use whatever function they have in their GIS program that allows that line to get the elevation points from the mesh below it.
Did you provide the center line in that data in SDWA 23?
I don't believe the center line is in there, no. But it can be easily generated, or we can provide that if you'd like to have that.
Okay, I'm still thinking about what I want to do with that, but that's helpful to understand the background. And then I guess my kind of final question here, Mr. Burke, is how, I don't know, I mean, maybe I don't, you could answer this or say you can't, but you've been involved in a number of these proceedings. I know you've been cross-examined a number of times, and you've probably helped your attorneys cross-examine other witnesses. You don't need to tell me about that, but that's probably a reasonable assumption. So, I mean, how would you use the data that you provided to generate a document that would allow Mr. Becerra to test the assumptions and conclusions you reached in this written testimony?
Yeah, that's a tough question. And I thought about that before we uploaded the data. What would be the best way to present the information as close to being a raw information as possible? We took that line and we put it into an Excel spreadsheet, and that's what created this plot. So I thought, well, maybe just provide the spreadsheet that shows the line with stationing and elevation, but then it's basically just asking you to trust me that we did it right. So I thought the only way for you to really verify that what I did is correct is to provide you with the raw data. And I know it's in a form that not many people are used to seeing, and not many people have ArcView experience or GIS experience to utilize that data. But any other format of the data would have just have me require you to, or you required to just trust me that I did it right. The only way to have anybody check what I did was to give you the actual raw data.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate the explanation. I'm going to continue to reserve ruling until I have a chance to think more about this, but I did want to get that straightened out. Mr. Soderlund.
Yeah, because I've been struggling with this. I apologize, but we do have staff that can use that data and check it, and they did run it. But it's the same sort of issue of how do we confirm the foundation of whether they did it right and using it as cross-examination without going to serve rebuttal, which I'm pretty certain no one else wants to do.
Yeah, it had occurred to me that nobody really wants to do server rebuttal
No.
on. Yeah, so I understand that. I wasn't necessarily entertaining that as a concept.
And Mr. Bivens, we can get to this when we argue evidentiary issues, but the fundamental problem is there's no explanation of what the analysis was to go from the large amounts of raw data to this graph. We are unable to test it on cross because there's no explanation for it.
Well, I don't know about the lack of an explanation making it unable to test it on cross, but the inability to put anything up on a screen is problematic. All right, my last question for Mr. Burke is, did you develop a tech report that explains your methodology in connection with this project?
I don't believe that we did it for this project here. We have a similar type of analysis we did for Middle River, and I believe I wrote that up in a report, but we didn't do it for this data that we presented here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. We'll deal with this further in connection with evidentiary objections. I do see the problem, frankly, Mr. Becerra. I understand your position and I sympathize. Okay.
I can continue.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Mull, can we please pull that exhibit back up, SDWA 020? And Mr. Burke, on this figure 1, we discussed you're showing approximately 19 miles of river channel. Is that right?
That's correct.
What is the range of fluctuation in water levels in that channel between high tide and low tide?
I think it varies through the year, but I think 4 to 5 feet is probably a range that you might see, maybe a little higher perhaps during spring tides.
And your figure 1 shows only low tide. Is that right?
Yeah, because that's what the water level of concern was compared to in the water level response plan, just the low tide.
And diversions along the channel might occur at high or low tide, correct?
That's correct.
Or anywhere in between. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I believe you said tidal fluctuations approximately 5 feet. Is that right?
4 to 5 feet. I haven't looked at the range in a while, but that's not an unrealistic number.
Okay. So if you showed a version of this figure at high tide, the dashed line would be 5 feet higher, approximately. Is that right?
No, the dashed line is a regulatory line. It was specified within the water level control plan.
The solid blue line with a little bit of a slant on it, that might be 5 feet higher. Is that right?
No, that's actually a regulatory line also. In the water level response plan, they're comparing their water level concern to the low tide level, nothing else.
But relative to the bottom of the channel, clearance could be 5 feet higher at high tide. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mull, can we please go to page 4 and paragraph 7 of this exhibit? And Mr. Burke, in this paragraph, you testify that water levels in the South Delta have been too low for irrigation diversions. Is that right?
Periodically, yes.
You've provided no documentation to support that statement, correct?
No, I haven't.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mull, can we please go back up to page 3 and line 12? Mr. Burke, in those lines, you state your opinion that continued rediversion of Yuba water from the South Delta will exacerbate existing water level problems, correct?
That's correct.
Is the basis of that opinion shown in your figures 2 and 3?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Ms. Mull, can we please scroll down to figures 2 and 3? Thank you. Again, you do not, did you generate these figures from exhibit SDWA 23?
No, this was generated from SDWA 24.
SDWA 24. Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up SDWA 24?
And Mr. Becerra, I know you know this. SDWA 24 has a number of subfolders with, I believe, modeling files. Is there a specific one that you wanted to ask Mr. Burke about?
I don't know. I don't know which files he used or how.
These are DSM-2 modeling files. And without knowing how to run DSM-2, it would be hard to just discern what's going on. But you would need to have somebody on your staff or contract with somebody to be able to run DSM-2 in order to be able to see the valuation. But you actually don't even need to run it. The output files are there. You just need to extract the data from the output files for both scenarios. The with Yuba and without Yuba are all within that set of files.
And you've provided no technical memorandum to explain your analysis resulting in figures 2 and 3, correct?
No, I haven't.
Mr. Bivens, I'll be moving to exclude paragraphs 8 and figures 2 and 3 as well, but it's a similar subject, and I'll just continue with my cross if that works for you.
That does. Thank you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. So it was a DSM-2 to generate these water levels, is that right? Shown in figures 2 and 3?
Yeah, it's the publicly available version of DSM-2 that's on DWR's website. We downloaded a copy of that file, and then we modified the exports to subtract the Yuba exports, the Yuba rediversions, and then ran the model and compared them. Without, that's the only way you could check our work. I don't know how to get anywhere between the plot you see here and the raw data that the model uses to compute the results. There's no in-between point at which I could give you data that you wouldn't have to just trust me on. You have to be able to run the model.
Would it have been possible for you to write a technical memorandum to explain your analysis?
I thought that I pretty much did, is that we didn't develop the DSM-2 model. We didn't change the model in any way, except for just subtracting the Yuba divergence from it, which I stated in my write-up.
Okay, thank you very much. On figures 2 and 3, the y-axis is in feet, correct?
Yes.
And those show the change in water levels at the old station, just the old station, is that right?
Just the old station over time. That's correct.
And what are the absolute water levels reflected in these figures?
These aren't actually absolute water levels. This is a change in water level for the with and without Yuba diversions scenarios. So this shows what would happen if you ran the Yuba rediversions, the water would level drop the amount that we're seeing here on this plot.
So what does 0 on the y-axis represent?
That would represent no change.
So are these are changes in potentially variable water levels based on the 2 different model scenarios? Is that right?
That's correct. Both of those models run on a 15-minute time step from the beginning to the end of that period that I've identified on the plot. And it shows you what the change in water level would be in every 15-minute increment over that several-month period.
And you have provided no data to show the absolute values of the water levels represented in this figure, correct?
It's in the modeling data. It's in the output of the SDWA 024. It's in the output files that came with that exhibit.
And you have provided no explanation for how to understand those output files to identify the absolute water level, correct?
That would probably take a several-day class in order to train someone in how to understand model output. But without having the models, there's no way for you to check the work that we've done.
You have provided no written explanation of how to derive the absolute water levels shown in figures 2 and 3, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
So yeah, that would require a manual on how to run the DSM-2 model and interpret output. I think that's outside the scope of my testimony here and trying to understand whether or not there is a change in the water level based on the Yuba rediversions.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll up to see figure 1 again? And Mr. Burke, figure 1 is absolute water levels. Is that right?
Let's see. The only number, the ground levels are absolute elevations, not necessarily water levels, but the green and the red lines represent ground elevations in absolute numbers of feet NAVD. The dash line is an absolute water level. It's the regulatory level that is indicated in the water level response plan, below which water level becomes a level of concern. The blue line is an average of the low tide levels over a period of about a year and a half.
Let's focus on the brown and green lines. Those are the 2 different channel bottoms. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've stated your opinion that because of the change in the channel bottoms, you believe changes in water levels associated with Yuba transfers might adversely affect South Delta water users, correct?
It's a little more detailed than that. I'm saying that the change in bottom level has created a condition where the water level response plan is no longer protective of the water levels within the delta, and any incremental decrease to those water levels will only aggravate an existing bad condition.
Okay, can we please scroll back down to figure 2, Ms. Mullen? So, Mr. Burke, it's impossible to tell from your testimony at what absolute water level the changes shown in figure 2 occur. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So again, looking at the x-axis, it's in feet and it's in increments of 0.05 feet. Is that right?
I think it's 0.01 or 0.02 is what the increments are actually in. Oh, you mean the axis, the marks on the axis? That's correct.
Yes. So a change of 0.05 feet would be a change of 0.6 of an inch. Is that right?
About that.
So looking at figure 2 with your modeling, the maximum change in elevation with a Yuba transfer in 2020 is 0.1 foot. Is that right?
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. So if we look at your figure 2, the maximum change in the width transfer condition is approximately 0.1 foot, right?
That's correct.
That's a change in water elevation of 0.12 inches. Is that right?
I think it might be more than that, but yeah. Okay.
Is it, what's
1.2 inches?
Sorry.
1 foot is 12 inches, correct?
And 1.2 inches.
So the maximum modeled change in water elevation shown here is 1.2 inches, correct?
That's correct.
You have not identified any diversions that might be adversely affected by a change in water level of 1.2 inches, correct?
No, I didn't identify any diversions that are impacted by this, only that diversions are presently being impacted by low water levels, and any decrease in those water levels will only aggravate an existing bad condition.
Is it your opinion that a change in water level of 1.2 inches would adversely affect any diverters on Old River?
It depends. It all depends on where their intake pumps are located.
And you
As
have
the water level starts to decline, you're going to start seeing more and more impacts.
And you have identified no specific diversions on Old River that you claim would be impacted, correct?
No, we haven't identified specific locations.
Okay, thank you. Can we please scroll down to figure 3? Thank you. And Mr. Burker, on the y-axis, you're using the same metric of 0.05 inches, correct?
That's correct.
And the maximum change with Yuba transfers here is about 1.75 of a foot. Is that right?
Let's see, let me kind of blur it. About 0.15.
0.15. A change of 0.15 feet equals 1.8 inches, correct?
That's correct.
You have not identified any diversions that could be affected by a change in water level of 1.8 inches, is correct?
We haven't identified anything that could be impacted by this one single incremental decrease in water level. Our concern was that there are multiple incremental decreases in water level. The Delta Conveyance Project incrementally decreases it. The Sites Reservoir Project incrementally decreases it. The Yuba Transfer incrementally decreases it, but nobody's looking at the cumulative effects of all these different projects and how they're gradually lowering the water level in the South Delta.
Move to strike, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Mr. Burke, this graph, in your opinion, depicts a change in water levels associated with the rediversion of Yuba cord water, correct?
That's correct.
And the maximum change you're showing is approximately 1.8 inches, correct?
That's correct.
And you have identified no diversions that might be adversely affected by a change in water level of 1.8 inches, correct?
No, in presenting this, I wasn't looking at impacts, rather its relationship to the water level control plan or response plan that shows that the level of concern is now just about at where low water level is. A tenth might put you below the level of water level response plan, where then you would need to address this in a different fashion. If you had a foot of water level over that level of concern, then I wouldn't be as concerned with the tenth of a foot. But since now the low tide level is right at that level of concern, incremental increases or decreases, no matter how small they may be, it could become problematic.
You've identified no diversion that could be adversely affected by a change in water level of 1.8 inches, correct?
No, we haven't.
Thank you. What's the range of error in water levels modeled by DSM-2?
That's a tough question. It depends a lot on the construction of the model, the level of detail that each of your cross sections have. But it probably wouldn't surprise me to see a level of error of 0.1 or 0.2 feet. But what we have here to try to nullify that change or that level of error is that we use the same exact DSM-2 model to look at both scenarios. So if it has a bias of high or a bias of low due to error, that same bias will occur in both models, and the difference should be the same.
Thank you. On figures 2 and 3, you have not provided any information about whether these changes in water level occur at high or low tide, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you testified previously that the change in water level, depending on the tides in Old River, can be 5 feet. Is that right?
I believe it can vary from 4 to 5 feet.
Thank you. Can the wind cause fluctuations in water levels at the old station?
When you get the water level shallow enough, as it is in some of these channels, the wind can have what's called a fetch, of where it blows the water to one direction or another if you have a long enough distance for the wind to act on. So if you have a north to south wind, you probably won't see much change in Old River. If you have an east to west wind, you can see a change in the water level within Old River.
And what's the range of fluctuation of wind-driven fluctuations in Old River?
I don't believe anybody's analyzed that, to my knowledge.
Is it more than 2 inches?
I would hesitate to guess.
Okay, thank you. Have you analyzed that?
No, we haven't looked at wind effects in South Delta.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that DWR has ceased rediversions of Accord transfer water at times due to the water level response plan?
I'm not familiar with when they may or may not have terminated diversions.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Wilson, back to you. Can we please go to Exhibit SDWA 11? Ms. Mullen? And can we please go to the bottom of paragraph 7 and page 10? I'm sorry. Bottom of page 10, paragraph 11. Oh my God, it's been a long day. I really apologize.
Only 8 pages.
You all around. Page 7, paragraph 10. Sorry. Thank you. And Mr. Wilson, in this paragraph, you testify that Sacramento River must be a source of water in the South Delta channels, correct?
During the time periods that I identified, January through March, and during the summer.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down a little so we can actually see that? I believe he's got a reference to the Yuba River. Thank you. And do you see that you state the opinion on lines 9 through 11 that water must include water from the Yuba River?
I don't
let
see
me
where
go
the
back.
must comes in. Just that Sacramento River water reaches the Jones pumping plant and is a portion of the water within South Delta channels.
And do you believe that Sacramento River water that does that, in your opinion, includes Yuba River water?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You've provided no data to support that opinion, correct?
Which opinion, that Sacramento River water includes Yuba water, or that Sacramento River water reaches the South Delta?
That Sacramento River water reaches the South Delta. We've provided no documentation for that opinion, correct?
I intended to provide some, but failed as my own error.
And what you intended to produce was data concerning the Delta Conveyance Project. Is that accurate?
It was modeling that was submitted as part of the Delta Conveyance Project that indicated that Sacramento River water reaches Jones pumping plant during January, February, and March.
And is that due to the operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project?
It's due to combination of the tides and the pumping. I would note that the tidal force is significantly higher than the pumping.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 800? Mr. Wilson, are you familiar with this order?
No.
You previously worked at the State Water Resources Control Board, is that right?
Yes.
But you never encountered this order?
No, not that I remember. I notice it's 89, so that's probably a little bit before my time there. But no, I don't recall referencing this order or reviewing it.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page, the bottom of PDF page 15, which is document page 13. And can we scroll down a little more so we can see on to page 16? Mr. Wilson, do you see that this, see that the State Board summarized the relevant protests as involving protests to Sacramento River petitions and applications?
Okay, yes, I see the highlighted passage.
And do you see that the relevant protestants claimed they were entitled to the natural flow of the Sacramento River?
Yes, I see that.
And Ms. Mullen, can you scroll up a little bit? Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to page 1? Do you see that this order concerned protests by Sacramento or by Delta water users and South Delta Water Agency?
Yes.
Do you understand that some of the protests related to claims to you or Sacramento River water by the protestants?
That I don't see from the title. I wouldn't assume.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to the bottom of PDF page 15? Do you now see that the protests claimed a right to Sacramento River water by, among others, South Delta Water Agency?
I'm just going to object. He's indicated he's never seen this before. And so to understand who was arguing what, I think is unfair. I don't think he needs to have the ability. There's a lack of foundation laid so far.
Well, I'll overrule it. He and I can both read the text here. It's a public document. So, I'll evaluate your objection is going to the weight, but I'm going to allow Mr. Pizzera to ask the question.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 24? And Mr. Wilson, do you see the second highlighted passage?
Yes, I see the second highlighted passage.
And for the record, it states the water of the Sacramento River, to the extent it reaches the southern delta, is unlikely to flow there under natural conditions and consequently would not be natural flow in that geographic location. Do you see that, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I see that statement. I would note that if it's from an order from 1989 and I'm looking at, information from modeling from, very recently, that I would lean towards the modeled information that I had seen.
So
I
is it
apologize again for not submitting it. So
is it fair to say you disagree with this conclusion by the State Water Resources Control Board?
I think in terms of where it says it's unlikely to flow there under natural conditions, I think there is room to feel that Sacramento River water reaches the South Delta while still not necessarily agreeing with this statement by the board, but seeing where the board was coming from in making the statement. Again, I think that the modeling that I had seen and have seen shows that Sacramento River water makes it there, and that the tidal action does push some of that water there.
Is it fair to say you disagree with this conclusion by the State Water Resources Control Board?
Again, with the term of unlikely, I would disagree with. So you can say yes, I disagree with this statement.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to exhibit SDWA 011? And can we please go to pages 5 and 6 with figures 1 and 2? Okay, we'll stick with figure 1 there to start with. Mr. Wilson, figures 1 and 2 show modeling results on which you base your opinions about water quality effects of Yuba transfers, correct?
Correct.
And you use the DSM-2 model, is that right?
Yes, in collaboration with Mr. Burke.
And figures 1 and 2 show only changes in EC, correct?
Correct.
And you've not provided any DSM-2 modeling results to show the absolute values associated with these changes. Is that accurate?
The absolute values associated with those changes are contained in the modeling results. You would look in a DSS file that's output, and that would give you the absolute values. I would also note that when evaluating DSM-2 results, the absolute values are not necessarily what you want to look at. You want to evaluate DSM-2 results in comparison of 2 runs. And so that's
Okay, thank you.
no,
So figure 1 is for the year 2020, correct?
correct.
Okay. And I believe lower in your testimony, you say that the increase represents 2.5% of the total EC modeled for this period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're showing a maximum change of 15 in EC, correct?
Correct. Approximately, yes.
If we divide 15 by 2.5%, what's the result we get?
It's about 600.
So the maximum EC value shown on this figure is 600, is that right?
The modeled EC was around 600. And so, but again, when you're looking at DSM-2 results, the absolute value of the result isn't as reliable as looking at comparison of 2 runs.
So, but the modeled result of 600, that would be in compliance with the 0.7 water quality objective that existed before 2018, correct?
Correct.
All of the changes shown on figure 1, all of those EC levels complied with the water quality objective of even 0.7, correct?
The model results show compliance. In actuality, the EC objective of 0.7 was exceeded during the end of the 0.7 period, so during the end of August.
But your model results on figure 1, all of these changes occur at EC levels that complied with a 0.7 water quality objective, correct?
Yes, the modeled results, but again, the modeled results need to be compared to other modeled results and not looked at absolutely.
Thank you. Can we please, well, actually, let's stick with this. And this figure 1 shows both increases and decreases in EC, is that right?
That's correct.
So at times, your model results show that Yuba Accord transfers improved water quality at the old station in 2020. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to figure 2? And this is 2021, is that right, Mr. Wilson?
Yes.
And similarly, your model results here show that sometimes Yuba water transfers improved EC at the old station that year, correct?
Yes.
And the maximum change is approximately 12.5. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's the maximum increase is approximately 12.5, correct?
That's correct. The maximum modeled increase.
So maximum modeled increase was a change in of approximately 2.5%.
Yes, as well.
So if we divide a change of 12.5 divided by 2.5%, do we get an absolute value of 500?
Yes, the values for 2021 were lower. And so you have lower values shown, and so a lower percent. I'll also note that during the end of 2021, the actual EC increased significantly, as was shown in Mr. Burke's testimony.
Thank
And
you.
at the same time, there was an exceedance.
Your figure is showing EC changes during the period of accord transfers in 2021. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the maximum increase was 12 divided by 2.5. Is that right?
I think I used 10 divided by 2.5, actually.
And
but
does that produce a value? What value does that produce? 10 divided by 2.5%.
About 400 EC.
So the absolute value of the model results you're showing here is approximately 400 EC.
That's correct.
And that would be in compliance with even a 0.7 water quality objective that existed before 2018. Is that right?
Yes, and just to note, the EC was in compliance during this year at the same time that the San Joaquin River flows were increased.
Thank you. But you're expressing an opinion that Yuba transfers could adversely increase EC at Old based on this figure. Is that right?
That's correct. During the
Thank
end
you.
period of September, there was an EC exceedances, and I believe it was of the 1.0 objective at the same time that this figure shows modeled increases due to the Yuba transfer.
You haven't provided any testimony on that point, correct?
I was just responding to your question.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we please go to page 4, line 12 of this document, Ms. Mullen? Mr. Wilson, on that line, you use the phrase exceedances at Old. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you referring to the 1.0 EC water quality objective the state board adopted in 2018?
That objective has been adopted. I don't know if adopted is the correct word, but it has not been implemented. So and the statement that I was referring to was the statement by Mr. Miller responding to that. But the exceedances occur of both the 0.7 and the 1.0.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 807? And this is excerpts of the Water Board's order WR 2010-0002. DWR's obtained official notice of the whole thing. Mr. Wilson, are you familiar with this order?
Not intimately. I know it exists, but it's been quite a while since I reviewed it.
Can we please scroll down, Ms. Mullen, until we see the first highlighted text? Do you see that, Mr. Wilson, that this order describes how a prior state board order required compliance with a water quality objective?
That's
And is that water quality?
DWR and the Bureau to take corrective actions in accordance with the time schedule to obviate the threatened violation of requirements.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page? Mr. Wilson, do you see that the water board states in the highlighted text on this page 2 that it's extending the compliance deadline?
It is. Yes. That's extending the compliance deadline till after they've completed our current review of the salinity objectives and associated program implementation contained in the 2006 Water Quality Control Plan.
Do you know whether this order was in place in 2020 and 2021?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 801? And can we please go to page 3, paragraph 3? Or actually, let's stay on the first page. Mr. Wilson, have you seen this document?
No.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to page 3, paragraph 3? Mr. Wilson, can you please take a moment to read the paragraph 3?
Okay, I see the statement in paragraph 3. I would have to defer to Mr. Burke on the actual compilation of the charts, but it's my understanding that the figures were plotted as I stated, correct, as increases and decreases.
Mr. Burke, have you ever seen this document?
No, I haven't. And I'm not aware of any condition where the data was plotted up inaccurately.
So you haven't gone back and reviewed figures 1 and 2 based on Mr. Grinnell's declaration?
You know, I haven't seen this declaration before, so I didn't know that anybody was questioning it.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 802? I'll represent Mr. Grinnell prepared this. And it's for 2020. I'm sorry, it's mislabeled. We can correct that. It's labeled for 2020. Either Mr. Wilson or Mr. Burke, does this graph accurately depict the absolute values for EC shown in figure 1 of Mr. Wilson's testimony?
I haven't seen the backup of that data, so I can't swear to its accuracy.
Have you, Mr. Burke, have you ever reviewed the DSM data you provided to determine the absolute values of EC?
I looked at the absolute values, but what I was interested in more was what change occurred to the absolute values based on the Yuba transfers. So the difference between the two scenarios, in my opinion, was much more important than the absolute values. Are we making things better or are we making things worse?
Do you know whether this exhibit Yuba Water 802 accurately depicts the changes in EC values?
I haven't seen the data behind this, so I'd have to review that to before I can make a comment.
Are are you unable to discern whether this figure accurately reflects the absolute values of EC of your modeling?
It looks like it's realistic. Whether or not those are actual numbers or correct numbers, I couldn't say without looking at the data.
Does this look like a realistic depiction of the absolute values of changes in EC in the modeling you did to support Mr. Wilson's figure 1?
I haven't looked at this type of plot before, so I couldn't say.
Okay. Can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 803? And we may need to correct this one too. Yeah. Do you see this as 803, though it's labeled 802?
I see it.
Mr. Burke or Mr. Wilson, do you know whether this figure accurately depicts the absolute values of EC shown in Mr. Wilson's figure 2?
There's no way for me to verify that without looking at the data that produced the graph.
Yeah, I do not know either.
Have either of you ever reviewed the absolute values of EC for the levels shown in Mr. Wilson's figure 2?
We didn't compare the absolute values in this fashion. We just looked at the absolute values and looked at the difference between the absolute values.
Does this exhibit Yuba Water 802 appear to be a realistic depiction of the absolute values resulting from your modeling?
I couldn't swear to that without looking at the actual data.
And I would point out that this, again, as you show, is showing a decrease, an overall, improvement in water quality in the with Yuba transfer scenario, and that's the opposite of what our analysis showed. So and then again, as Mr. Burke said, without looking at the data that was used to compile this chart, I can't tell you if it was a correct readout of the DSM-2 data.
I'm a little confused with the plot here, actually, because I thought you wanted to throw out our exhibit for DSM-2 data because you had no one capable of running the model. But here it looks like you've been able to actually do that.
Mr. Burke, no, you get to let your lawyer make that argument.
Okay.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to exhibit SDWA 11 and page 6? And Mr. Wilson and Mr. Burke, your figure shows that Yuba Water transfers improved water quality at the old station at times in 2021. Is that right?
There were periods when the water level or the electrical conductivity was reduced and periods when it was increased.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the top of page 7 and paragraph 8? I believe in this paragraph you state that the DSM-2 model understates increases in EC. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is it also possible that the DSM-2 model understates decreases in EC?
I suppose, but I think that the increases and the underprediction will result in an underprediction of the actual increase.
Is it possible the DSM-2 model understates the decreases in EC?
It's possible, but given the fact that the absolute EC, or that the actual EC is higher than the modeled EC, then it follows that any of the increases would also be exacerbated.
Okay, thank you.
Plus, if there's a bias in the model that it's either under predicting or perhaps over predicting, that same bias would be used in both models that we then subtract from each other so that the difference would still be accurate, even though it may be biased a little high for absolute values or biased a little low. When you look at the difference, that bias is the same and that bias falls out.
So, Mr. Burke, based on what you just said, Do you disagree with Mr. Wilson's opinions that your modeling results may understate changes in EC?
I think that the DSM-2 model historically has underpredicted the absolute value of EC at Old River at Tracy.
So you have often reviewed the absolute values of EC produced by the DSM-2 model. Is that accurate?
Periodically, yes.
Okay, thank you. You just didn't do that for your modeling, for your testimony here?
We had those values, but we were more interested in this analysis of looking at the difference between the two scenarios.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go up on this exhibit to page 4, paragraph 7? And so, Mr. Burke, on the sentence that begins on between lines 15 and 16 and continues on, you prepared the modeling. You prepared a without transfer scenario by removing rediversions of Yuba cord water, correct?
That's correct.
You did not remove Yuba's releases of a cord water from the Yuba River for the without transfer scenario. Is that right?
I would have to defer that to Mr. Wilson. He prepared the diversions that I used in the model.
Yes, that's correct. I did not reduce the flow in the Sacramento River, the resultant flow in the Sacramento River as a result of this.
So is it accurate to say your modeling included Yuba Accord inflows to the delta, but not rediversions of them in the delta?
That's correct.
Do you know whether Yuba generated transfer water in 2020 by releasing from storage down to 650,000 acre feet into September?
No, I do not know.
Do you know whether Yuba implemented that operation in 2021?
No, I do not.
Ms. Mon, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 219? This is Mr. Grinnell's exhibit of Accord transfer accounting for the year 2020. Okay, so do you see, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Burke, you see we're on the tab monthly transfer report.
Yes.
And do you see the columns under the heading, the subheading groundwater?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Burke, do you see those?
I see those.
Do you see that Yuba released 77,000 acre feet of groundwater substitution water in that year?
That's correct.
I see that.
Do you see that all but 7,700 acre feet of that was released in July and August?
Yes.
Do you see that, Mr. Burke?
I see that there's larger numbers in July and August.
Would you agree that Yuba County farmers probably would not have pumped that groundwater if it could not be transferred through the Delta in 2020?
I'm not familiar enough with this process or the spreadsheet that you have there to make that an opinion.
Mr. Wilson, would you agree Yuba County farmers don't pump groundwater substitution water if it can't be transferred?
I would agree that's likely the case.
Your DSM-2 modeling for 2020 covered the months of July and August, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say your DSM-2 modeling included 77,000 acre feet of groundwater substitution water that wouldn't have existed if it couldn't be transferred?
In constructing our analysis, I considered reducing the amount of inflow relative to how much reducing the pumping. I decided not to do that for a couple reasons. One, because at the time I wasn't aware of exactly how much groundwater substitution water had been supposedly transferred. And number two, when you do that kind of analysis, I would be backing out numbers of assuming carriage water percent. And so to keep the analysis straightforward and looking specifically at the impacts of rediversions on the South Delta, we just adjusted the exports. Additionally, though, I do believe if we had more specific information on each transfer year, as far as the amount groundwater substitution transfer, as you show in which months, then we could likely come up with an analysis that would reduce the inflow corresponding with the reduction in pumping. But my opinion would be that would probably exacerbate the water quality conditions even more.
Is it fair to say your analysis of 2020 EC conditions assumed 77,000 acre feet of delta inflow that never would have existed if Yuba transfers had been prohibited that year?
I would agree that there is an amount. I'll take your word for the 77,000 acre feet, but yes, there is inflow that would have occurred that would not have occurred absent the transfer that our analysis assumes occurred.
So is it fair to say that your analysis of 2020 EC conditions does not reflect a scenario that could have existed in reality?
No, our analysis is looking at what is the impact of additional pumping and looking at and using the numbers of the Yuba project based on the superimposed or subtracted from the actual pumping numbers contained in the model.
But your without Yuba transfer scenario included 77,000 acre feet of groundwater substitution based inflow to the Delta, correct?
Correct.
And that never would have existed if the rediversion of that would have been prohibited. Is that right?
It likely would not have existed.
Okay. Thank you. Can we go back to Mr. Burke's testimony, SDWA 20 and figure 3? Mr. Burke, is it fair? Actually, no, that's not right. I'm just going to stop there. That concludes my cross-examination.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. All right. Mr. Sutherland, I noted in the joint status report that you said DWR has 45 minutes of cross-examination total across all three witnesses. How much time do you think you're going to spend here with Mr. Wilson and Mr. Burke?
Hard to know, but I think it might be worthwhile to, if everyone's willing to push through it, to give it a shot to finish by 5.
Yeah, I'm willing to go straight to 5, but we are going to end it at 5 o'clock sharp. So let's go ahead and do it and see where we get. And if we get done before 5, we'll call it a day. And if not, you can resume again tomorrow.
Sounds great. Good afternoon, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Burke. My name is Eric Soderlin. I represent the Department of Water Resources. It's good to see you both again.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm gonna apologize because I think I'm gonna be spending a lot of time looking down as I read my questions, so I don't tend to be rude, but with that, I think I'll start with you, Mr. Wilson. And if we could bring up South Delta Water Agency Exhibit 011, that'd be great. We'll start on page 3, paragraph 5. Typically looking at lines, I believe 9 and 10. And on those lines, Mr. Wilson, you state that the low EC that you saw in 2021 continued through mid-August. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other change that occurred in mid-August of 2021 that would result in an increase in the salinity? Other than a change in flow at Vernalis?
The change in flow at Vernalis decreased, or the flow at Vernalis decreased, and so that is one significant factor in the increase in EC.
Are there any other factors that you're aware of that would also cause an increase in the EC starting in mid-August?
If there was a change in the EC at Vernalis, and then additionally changes or there could be changes in exports. There also could be changes as far as the temporary barriers and the head of Old River barrier.
Are you knowledgeable, or do you understand? Sorry, it is late in the day. Are you aware of whether there was a change in the salt loading of local discharges around the time in mid-August of 2021?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that question.
Sorry, let me interject. Mr. Sutherland, your audio is wonky. You're kind of cutting in and out, and I don't know whether it's the up and down, but maybe if you get a little closer to your microphone, it'll improve.
Yeah, apologies. Are you aware that starting in mid-August of 2021, that a significant increase in salt loading of local discharges also occurred in the Southern Delta?
Objection, and lacks foundation.
I'm asking, well.
Yeah, I think it does. Sustained.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, do you understand that there are salt loads from local discharges in the Southern Delta?
Yes.
Do you understand when those salt loads occur? Were you knowledgeable of that?
In general, there's a lot of complex interaction between the groundwater EC level and the EC within the channels. And so you have and also the drainage from the both agricultural drainage and the municipal wastewater drainage in the area. So you have a complex interaction of all those factors affecting the EC in that region.
I think you answered my question, but I'll ask it. Is it your understanding that salt loads in the Southern Delta do have an impact on EC in the Southern Delta?
Yes, and I would caveat that with the understanding that the irrigation practices in the South Delta have remained largely unchanged since, the turn of the century, uh, early 1900s. And the agriculture activity has remained relatively similar. And so I think that the EC issues that are having at Old are the result of something in addition to just the local drainage of and local sources of EC.
Are you an agricultural expert when it comes to agricultural practices?
No, but I have some familiarity with some of the agricultural practices in the South Delta.
Can you cite the source of that you relied on to make the statement that agricultural practices in the Southern Delta has not changed for the last 100 years?
That I can't remember, but I believe I've seen it in a number of different figures in various documents, Bay Delta documents.
Is it your understanding, or do you have any knowledge of whether those agricultural discharges have been quantified or measured?
I understand that there has been some recent measurements done over, I believe, 2020 and 2021. However, I would defer to Mr. Burke on this as he is monitoring the MSS, the monitoring and special studies, more than I am.
Most of the estimates that are developed about the agricultural discharges, they're not only the quantity as well as the salinity, the quality of the water, is done through consumptive use analysis for cropping types, using aerial photographs and satellite imagery to determine what types of crops are grown in what area, and looking at cropping patterns for each of the different locations, and then determining what their water needs were, and then how much water is applied and then returned back to the river. There hasn't been a significant effort made to actually quantify individual export or individual return flows from the agricultural areas in the Delta.
Would you say, I'll ask this to Mr. Wilson or Mr. Burke, would you say there's a lack of information with regard to in Delta salt loading?
I was going to object. It's vague and ambiguous.
I'll rephrase. Sorry, Mr. Bivens.
No, thank you. I was gonna suggest that you give it another try.
Mr. Burke, Mr. Wilson mentioned the MSS. Are you aware of that process?
Yes, I am.
Have you been involved with that process?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen any reports or studies that have occurred as a result of that process?
Yes, I have. They've recently come out with their final report that they've submitted for review. We're in the process of actually reviewing that right now.
And in that report that you have reviewed, was it analyzed what flows before and after August would be needed to sustain a 0.7 EC at Old during the year of 2021?
I'm not sure what flows at what location.
Flows in the San Joaquin would be necessary in 2021 to sustain a 0.7 EC at Old compliance station.
No, I haven't seen the numbers on that yet. but they have the actual data that was collected at that point in time, and I think the flow was around 1,000 to 1,500, somewhere in that range, CFS.
1,000 or 1,500 CFS for what?
A flow in the San Joaquin River in 2021 that achieved a dramatic decrease in the salinity levels at OLD.
All right, Mr. Wilson, back to you. Page 7, paragraph 8. Generally, you state that the DSM-2 model underpredicts EC. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And specifically underpredicts EC at the old compliance station, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an understanding of why it underpredicts the EC at old compliance station?
I will defer to Mr. Burke on this, just as he is a little bit more knowledgeable about DSM-2.
Yeah, that's a good question. And there's been a lot of people looking into why there is that underprediction of salinity along Old River and along Tom Paine Slough. And one of the things that we think are contributing to that high salinity is the fact that there's a lot of groundwater coming in from the south of Delta areas. That's the first location where that groundwater that has been building up salinity over the years from agricultural flows south of the Delta. And that's the first location where it starts to come into the actual Delta channels. Now, we've been hoping that DWR would actually undertake a monitoring program to actually sample groundwater levels to see what the salinity level is and how much water might be part of that groundwater component in the overall water budget of the South Delta. But it hasn't been done so far. So nobody really knows exactly why that salinity is so high. There's been people thinking that maybe it's from agricultural discharges, but yet they use the same component for agricultural discharge in the South Delta or along Old River in that area as they do for the other locations in the South Delta. But yet it seems to work everywhere else, but they're not able to get it to work there. So I wouldn't necessarily think that it's agricultural discharges, but there is some other unknown component that we're all trying to scratch our heads and try to find out what it is.
Ms. Mullen, can we bring up DWR exhibit 005? And Mr. Wilson or Mr. Burke, I guess Mr. Wilson, this goes kind of more with your testimony of underrepresented, but Mr. Burke, you're welcome. Have either one of you seen this document before, this memo report?
Quite a while ago, but I haven't reviewed it in some time.
And can we go to page 37? I believe it's 45 of the PDF.
What exhibit number is this again?
It's DWR-005.
Thank you.
And can we scroll down to the last paragraph under that figure? And I'll let either one of you or both of you read it. Digested it. Mr. Burke, I will characterize that paragraph as stating that, well, first of all, is Old River at Tracy Bridge the same compliance point as what we've been referring to as old, OLD?
I believe they're all considered the same location, yes.
And I'll characterize the paragraph that states that it's the position of this report that compliance station is inappropriately located because it's inordinately influenced by one or more nearby saline discharges. Is that your understanding as well?
That's my understanding of what's stated there, but I'd have to disagree that there's not enough data that was collected in this report to verify that. They've never shown where those locations are that are adversely affecting the monitoring point, and they've not identified why it's not mixing correctly as all the other discharge points do.
So you disagree with the data that's included in this report, and the identification of the different sources?
I disagree with the statement that's made on this page below the figure. And as you can see in that last statement or last sentence, kind of says it all. Discharges from this presumed source or sources do not become fully mixed with channel water before reaching the Old River at Tracy Bridge. They're presuming that since it has a high salinity level there, it's got to be agricultural discharges. You know, it's like if you're a hammer and you're searching for a nail, you're only going to see nails. And they didn't evaluate any other potential components that would drive the salinity level up at this position. And so they only had one variable to deal with, and that was it's got to be agricultural discharge. So that's what they assumed it was, without identifying any agricultural discharges near the monitoring point that could be causing what they're claiming down here in this paragraph.
In your opinion, Mr. Burke, what are those other potential sources that would cause the increase of salinity at Old River at Tracy Bridge?
There's two things that we would like to examine that could be causing the high salinity levels along the whole section of Old River, which is cumulatively showing itself at Old River at Tracy Bridge, because that's the main compliance point. And that's upwelling of groundwater into the delta at this location, as well as this is the first open water source that groundwater that's flowing from the south through all these other agricultural areas. This is the first place it hits an open water source where it can come into the channel. And that groundwater could be carrying all of the agricultural salts from all the applications that are being applied over the hundreds of thousands of irrigated areas that are south of the delta. And that's one of the reasons why we want to have that studied. No one really knows whether that's true or not, but I think that's a major component that needs to be evaluated before we can create agricultural discharges where none exists, just so we can, satisfy the fact that must be causing the salinity to increase there.
And that groundwater discharge, as you explained, Mr. Burke, can DWR operations control that?
No, but they could at least identify it so that they can use that knowledge to help manage the South Delta better. If they know where the sources are coming from, they can actually perhaps develop tools to help manage the water. If they just assume it's agricultural discharge, they're maybe treating a problem that doesn't exist.
And would the rediversion of Yuba water impact the potential discharge of groundwater as you're describing?
If the rediversion of Yuba water lowers the water level in the channel, it'll create a higher gradient so that groundwater will flow into the channel at a higher rate.
We've been kind of going back and forth, so excuse me while I kind of gather myself where we're at. Back to you, Mr. Wilson, and can we go back to SDWA-011, please, Ms. Mullen? And specifically, we'll go to page 7, paragraph 10. And starting on line 24, Mr. Wilson, you state that Mr. Miller's testimony appears to be partially premised on the suggestion that absent the operation of SWB and CVP, Yuba water and then Sacramento water do not reach the South Delta channels, correct?
That's correct.
What is it about Mr. Miller's testimony that you believe that it relies on that to be true?
Just the general statement that actions of rediverting Yuba transfer water have negligible impact or do not impact, then implies that the Sacramento River water, that the Yuba water is not reaching the Southern Delta channels. And so that was the premise suggestion that I base this testimony on.
Going to page 8, still in paragraph 10, and it's lines 14 through 22. I won't read it all, but is it your testimony that during the summer that there is little to no San Joaquin River water for South Delta water users to divert?
No, it's my testimony that the San Joaquin River water is not enough to keep the channels at the levels that they are, and so there must be other source of water.
Based on that, do you believe, is it your opinion that South Delta water users rely in part on stored water releases for their water supply?
I wouldn't. I would say that to the extent that the water in the delta is stored water releases. However, I would also point out that the stored water is stored during times when water quality in the delta could be improved, and therefore you have kind of a balance of improvement and of stored water improving the water quality during times when it's released after degrading the water or reducing the water quality when it's diverted or stored.
Going back to page 3, paragraph 6. In paragraph 6, is it correct to say that you generally state that DWR and reclamation coordinate operations? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that DWR can dictate to reclamation how to operate the CBP?
No, but I think that DWR and USBR can work together to operate to meet all the objectives, and at the same time, redivert and do the water transfers that they want to do.
In footnote 2, you cite the coordinated operations agreement, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if New Melones is included in the coordinated operations agreement?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know if New Melones operations are included in the? Okay, I'm okay. Call it the COA, COA. Do you understand that COA refers to Coordinated Operations Agreement?
Yes.
Do you know if New Melones operations are included in the COA accounting?
No, I don't know.
Do you know if reclamation believes that they have the authority to use New Melones water to meet Delta water quality objectives?
Well, I would go to my exhibit. Do you have the exhibit link? It's SDWA. Okay. one of my exhibits is a press release from the, yeah. Can we pull up its exhibit SDWA 016? And scroll down. Right to there. That's good. And just from reading that, to assist with meeting Delta, that the Bureau of Reclamation announced a plan to increase flow releases from the Malones Reservoir to assist with meeting Delta salinity and outflow requirements. And so regardless of what their position is, they were able to release new Malones water in 2021 to assist with meeting the Delta salinity and outflow requirements.
Do you know if 2021 was a drought year?
I believe it was critically dry.
Do you know if there was a drought emergency in place in the year 2021?
I only know anecdotally from newspaper clippings, but I would assume that there was a drought emergency in place.
Going to page 4, paragraph 6, line 10. Oh, sorry, South Delta 11. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Page 6, line 10 or 11. You state that DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation are mandated by federal law to operate to meet Southern Delta objectives. Is that a fair summary of your testimony?
Can you get the page? There we go. Now, I believe that I said the Bureau is mandated by Public Law 108-361. I don't think I included the department.
So if you look at that line 10 or 11, the line in between 10 and 11, and the last part of that sentence, and it says, and it appears they are mandated by federal law to do so. Are you saying they refers to the Bureau of Reclamation and not DWR?
I would say that it appears that it would refer to the Bureau of Reclamation.
Okay, thank you. 11 minutes. Mr. Burke, I've got a few questions for you. Can we bring up South Delta Water Agency Exhibit 020, please? On page 2, paragraph 4, you state that Mr. Miller's testimony is inaccurate. Do you see that?
I do.
And you're referring to that paragraph above, lines 9 through 12. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
And so just walking through that first sentence, DWR has rediverted Yuba transfer water in compliance with the water level response plan. Do you find that inaccurate?
No, I find that accurate.
In the second sentence, in general, rediverting Yuba water has very limited impacts to water levels in the South Delta. Do you find that inaccurate?
I would find that stated rather callously. It's reducing water levels in an area where water level reduction has become a critical issue.
And then that last sentence, DWR is consistently able to meet the protective water levels identified in the water level response plan. Do you find that inaccurate?
I do.
And what do you base that on?
I base that on the fact that the water level response plan, which was developed in 2004, was developed under hydrodynamic conditions in the South Delta that are dramatically different from what we see today. And so the water level response plan is no longer protective of water levels in the South Delta. So relying on that to mitigate his reduction in water levels due to the Yuba retransfer, I think is inappropriate.
But it says in that last line, it says the protected water levels identified in the water level response plan. So is it fair to characterize that your testimony is with regard to your disagreement with the water level response plan as opposed to DWR's ability to meet the protective levels in the water level response plan?
Well, there's really two components. One is, yes, I believe the water level response plan is no longer protective of water levels. And two, I haven't seen whether or not they're necessarily going to drop the water levels below the level of concern as it is in the water level response plan, as much as such as it is. If you were to go to that plot where I plotted up the level of concern against the low tide level, you can see that when you get to the old River at Tracy compliance point, they almost overlie each other. So it appears that almost any decrease, maybe even a tenth of a foot, would put this the low tide water level below the level of concern that's stated in the water level response plan.
Are you aware of any times, and have you provided any testimony that shows that the rediversion of Yuba water resulted in water to go below the protective level identified in the water level response plan?
No, my concern was mainly that the Yuba petitioners haven't shown that they're not going below the water level response plan, especially when the water levels are so critical in the Delta now, where periodically diverters aren't able to divert when they need it for their crops. I think it's more critical now to prove that you're not going below that water level response plan, if you even believed that the water level response plan was protective of the water level in the Delta. And I believe it no longer is.
Do you think the last 15 years of rediverting Yuba water and not going below the water level response plan is indicative of DWR's ability to redivert Yuba water moving forward in compliance with the water level response plan? Goodness gracious, I apologize. But if you understand it.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that the petitioners have demonstrated that they're not going below the water level response plan as such as it is.
But you've provided no testimony or evidence to show that the water level response plan has been violated during the
compromised. Yeah, but there's two elements to that concern. One is that the water level response plan is no longer what it was intended to be. And two, if you look at the plot, the water level of concern in the water level response plan is almost right where low tide level is at the old River at Tracy. I think it justifies further analysis to determine whether or not you're going below that water level response plan there, or whether this incremental decrease, which is small, I admit, but does that incremental decrease put you into that area where you're now below the water level of concern?
You know, you state that.
Mr. Bivens, I'm going to move to strike Mr. Burke's last answer. That last answer was all speculation about the possible effects of Yuba transfers that we should analyze more closely. Mr. Burke has testified today the maximum he has shown is approximately 1.8 inch change in water levels. That last answer was all speculation.
Overruled.
I've shown several things. One, that the maximum water level was very
No,
small.
Mr. Burke, stop. I overruled the objection, so there's no question pending.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry. I overruled Mr. Becerra's motion to strike. I don't think there's a question pending. It's Mr. Soderlund's turn.
Thank you. You state that protective line is generally at or slightly below the low tide level. Is that correct?
Well, the low tide level is so close to approaching that 0 point for the water level response plan that I think it begs to be evaluated more closely to determine whether or not that incremental decrease in water level is pushing the water level below the level of concern as it is in the water level response plan.
Is it your position that
hang on 1 second, Mr. Sutherland, Mr. Becerra?
Again, Mr. Bivens moved to strike that answer. It simply was someone should study this more. That's not evidence of an impact of the transfer petition that's pending.
Well, it's his opinion. I'm going to allow it. Overruled.
So just for a time sake, I just want to let you know, I'm not going to be finished with Mr. Burke by 5 o'clock.
You have 3 minutes left. Let's hold off here. I'm going to get to you, Mr. Schutz. Mr. Soderlund, when we come back on Thursday, how much longer do you think you'll have with Mr. Burke?
It depends on the level of responses. It's taken a lot longer, obviously, than I thought. And there's a little bit of a complication with, can I say an hour? It won't be that long, but I'd like to be conservative. It just seems like 30 minutes. Let's say 30 minutes.
All right, let's go with 30 minutes. That would be good. All right, we can do that. Mr. Schutz, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to get a check-in and a sort of housekeeping sense of what the order of procedure is going to be on Thursday and whether we think we need Friday as a hearing day.
All right. Well, here's my thought is Mr. Soderlund is going to take another 30 minutes with Mr. Burke. I don't think we're going to have a lot of housekeeping to do first thing in the morning. Let me pull up this joint status report. So Mr. Soderlund is going to take another 30 minutes, and then Ms. Mandel-Rice will have between, well, in the joint status report, 30 to 60 minutes. Where are you, Ms. Mandel-Rice?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get, there we go. Camera. I think we're probably going to be less than 30, just given the ground that DWR and Yuba covered. So it'll be on the low end of that estimate, and I'm keeping track of the questions they've asked so I don't duplicate.
Okay, very good. So let's say we're going to spend another hour with Mr. Burke. Mr. Ruiz, I won't ask you to estimate your redirect until you heard all the cross-examination testimony. But I would be surprised if you're going to take more than an hour.
I won't.
We would have to have a conversation about that. All right, so let's just say we take maximum 2 hours more with Mr. Burke and Mr. Wilson. So I bet you could give your direct testimony before lunch. And then let's see what people are saying for you. 45 minutes.
I'll clarify, I'll have no questions for Mr. Schutz.
Okay, great. And then
Statewater Contractors also has no questions for Mr. Schutz.
all right, so we should be done. Let's call it early to mid Thursday afternoon. We'll talk about we will need to move exhibits into evidence, which the moving doesn't take long. We'll talk about an objection schedule. We're going to be done by the end of the day on Thursday. All right.
Thank you.
Anything
That's
else
what I
we
wanted
should
to know.
Perfect. Anything else we should talk about in the next minute before we adjourn? I gotta go to daycare, guys. All right. Thank you all for your time, patience, and professionalism, and I will see you all on Thursday morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.